This is just a little preview for Stage 4 of the Tour de France tomorrow. The first summit finish of this year's Tour de France. Of course, we've already had first 2 days down in Nice, which were pretty tough for the riders. We saw the first signs there of who had the legs. Alaphilippe was clearly the strongest rider on the day. But don't forget, we've got Adam Yates, who's close to the GC. He'll be looking to take yellow tomorrow. I think that's a real chance to win a stage and take yellow. But Alaphilippe, for sure, will be going for the stage tomorrow. We've got a Cat 3, Cat 4, Cat 3, another Cat 3, and then the final climb up to Orsières-Merlet. 1,800 metres. The altitude's not that high. Once it goes over 2,000 metres, a lot of riders tend to struggle with the altitude. That's what makes the difference. It's not too steep. It's a pretty consistent climb. I don't think we've ever used this climb in the Tour de France, but it is in the foothills of the Alps. It's going to be, weather's going to be good tomorrow. We've had a sprint stage today. It's only 160k this stage. This is going to be nothing compared to that last week and the stage we've got coming up. I think tomorrow there's not going to be much happening. I think what we will see is a falling away of the riders from the bigger teams like Jumbo, Ineos, and we'll see the main players, Roglic, Tom Dumoulin, Bernal, all those guys up to the fore. But I don't think anyone's going to win the Tour de France tomorrow and stake their claim for the yellow jersey by the time we get to Paris. And that's it, really. I don't think the break will stay to the finish. I think it'll be the winner will come from the peloton, but it will be a small select bunch at the finish, maybe 10, 15 riders. Similar to when we used to finish in Andorra. That was sometimes the first climb of the Tour de France. But there will always be a big group. Lots of the guys are going to have their climbing legs on already because of those first 2 days in Nice. And I don't think it's going to be big surprises tomorrow. 4 days into the Tour de France, it's already pretty tough. And that's it, really. That's all I've got to say on it.
So Julien Alaphilippe is still in yellow after 3 stages, but he knows he's going to have to fight to keep it for another day. Well, I know it's going to be a difficult stage with a mountain finish, so it's going to be a hard time facing up to my rivals today, but I do hope I can keep the jersey. Julien Alaphilippe currently with a 4-second lead over Adam Yates. Mark Hirschi, he's in 3rd, Tadej Pogačar in 4th. So down to the start line, Sisteron up to Orsières-Merlet, only 160.5 kilometers, but 5 categorized climbs throughout the day. And that certainly is a challenge, especially the first category climb finish up at Orsières-Merlet itself. 3rd category, Col du Festre, comes first at 67.5 kilometers into the stage, but do expect Peter Sagan perhaps to replicate what he did yesterday, because we've got an early sprint in the stage, and so as a consequence, when I say yesterday, I do of course mean on stage 2, just a couple of days ago, but if he's going to go chasing after those intermediate sprint points, he'll be off up the road. So the last few seconds counting down to the départ fictif here in Sisteron. And away they go. Julien Alaphilippe in the yellow jersey. Benoit Cosnefroy in the polka dots alongside him, and Mark Hirschi is in white once again. And, well, Roger Désert will have a job to do to try and keep Cosnefroy in that polka dot jersey, certainly by the end of stage 6. It is very early on indeed for us to be having a mountain top finish. They tried it a few years ago up at the Planche des Belles Filles, but that was stage 5, and that day it was won by Fabio Aru. However, who's going to be the competitor emerging from the GC battle, which we expect to take place today? The first, certainly the first little mini dogfights that will take place in the GC will take place today, and it's one of those classic days in the Tour de France. It's not a day that you're going to win the Tour de France, but it is the sort of day that potentially you could lose it. We're going to take a look back in slightly more detail at yesterday's stage with our onboard pictures. This is down at the start in and amongst the Koenig Quick-Step team. Carlos Verona of Movistar. After that breakaway, got away very early on. It was, well, it was a stage that lacked a certain verve. Did have several showers this first one, forcing the rain jackets on, a lot heavier than most people expected. But then the sun came back out and the riders were able to relax once more, and they certainly did relax with just Jérôme Cousin up the road after the early contests for the King of the Mountain points. Little spill. A couple of those yesterday, nothing too major. The only person who really suffered was Anthony Perez, who went down and crashed out of the Tour, and that after being in the virtual Maillot à Pois. Sprinting in towards the finish line, Sam Bennett of course was out in front, but Caleb Ewan just weaved his way through to score an extraordinary victory. And it moves past Cadel Evans and Michael Matthews with stage wins by an Australian. 4 now for Cadel Evans, and that puts him second behind just Robbie McEwen, who had 12. So that was yesterday. 198 kilometres, second longest stage of the Tour. It's a slightly more modest stage in distance today, 160.5 kilometres, but nothing modest about the profile at all. Category 3 Col du Fest, the Category 4 Côte de Cor, the Category 3 Côte de l'Alognier, and then the Category 3 Côte de Saint-Léger-les-Mélèzes, all before reaching that final climb up to Ossier-Melette. Average gradient of 6.7% on the final climb. Just who is it going to suit? Who's going to come to the fore? Well, who better to talk you through the action as they are heading up now in the last 800 meters or so before the Départ Réel, just to see exactly how much jockeying for position is going to go on in this initial stages. We're going to go over and join our commentary team of Brian Smith and Rob Hatch.
Thank you, Jonathan. Julian Alaphilippe in yellow. Benoit Cosnefroy in the King of the Mountains jersey. Sagan's in green, and the white jersey for Marc Hirschi. Joining a select group of Swiss riders to wear the white. 600 meters to go to the start. And we're already on a nice sunny day. Brian Smith, good morning.
Morning, Rob. Another sunny day, and I think the riders will welcome this. Yesterday's stage started. 4 riders rolled off, or 3 riders rolled off the front, and I think it'll be a little bit different today. I think I'm expecting a bit more of an active start, especially with that sprint after 51.5 kilometres. And there's a possibility the break could go depending on the makeup of it and the size of it. So it'll be an interesting start.
Well, our organisers think that Alaphilippe, Roglic, Yates and Pogacar are the favourites. Do you agree?
Yeah, I would add in a few more. There's so many sitting about 17 seconds when you think of, you know, the GC contenders, Education First with Higuita. I always think there's possibly 7 or 8 contenders for this stage. You can only choose 4, Rob, but I think there's about 7 or 8. It's pretty open, and I'm not too sure that any team will want to kind of dominate it and blow everybody off, you know, blow the group to smithereens. But I would think that Jumbo-Visma would want to have some sort of control, but it's very difficult to see Alaphilippe losing that jersey today.
A lot of false flat over the first 50 kilometres. We rise by about 400 metres in altitude. We start at 470. First intermediate sprint almost at 850. Christian Prudhomme with his head out the car, flag already, masked up of course. Here we go for stage 4. Or we thought. Flag is waved whilst André Amador is back at the medical car. And already, as we thought, there might be a fight. Ager does La Mondiale want to be in it. Israel, startup nations certainly do. They've got 2 riders up there, one of whom already is Niels Pollitt. And behind Brian, everybody across, they want a nice, easy start.
Yeah, there's a good group going away. Tiesj Benoot is there for Sunweb, and It's an interesting move here, and you can see B&B Hotels just putting a man in there, but soon cross the roads, and I think it will shut down. But you know, some riders may have been out of position there. They may want to try something, but an interesting fast start for this group.
Chris Nelons is one of the riders from Israel Startup Nation. The other, of course, Pollitt, as we said. Mathieu Bergaudot, one of the youngest riders in the race, is there for Total Direct Energie. Tish Benoot. Are you surprised that he's 18 minutes down already?
Yeah, they come in for stage wins, and I think Tish Benoot has chosen this as a potential stage win for him. Get it in a breakaway, but I'm not too sure there's enough riders here. There's enough powerful riders here to take possibly, you know, 5-6 minutes and try and go all the way. Niels Pollitt, we know he's a strong Rider. Chris Nyland. So Israel Startup Nation have got two very strong riders in this group. Nothing against Pasher, Bergaudot, but Tish Benoot, we know, can climb very well. He's probably targeted this stage, but is there enough firepower to take this all away? I'm not too sure.
Quentin Pacher's the man at the back there for B&B Hotels. First time they've managed to get themselves in a break. Day 4 of their first Tour de France. Another man at 18 minutes. Just looking down to see if there's anybody threatening at all in this breakaway. Can't be too threatening because they're getting 34 seconds already. The messages will be getting back, and Andre Amador, who might have been a little worried when he saw everybody take off there when he was back at the medical car, he'll get a nice easy ride back in, and it's a start that's a little more quiet than you might have been expecting, Brian.
Yeah, a good enough breakaway. It was controlled. You can see in the neutral zone before the kilometre zero that a lot of teams will put riders up just to kind of try and kind of block the roads. They can't block everything, and you know, a few riders will go on the attack. But interesting to see that Israel Startup Nation have decided.
Here we go again. Pardon me. Here we go again, Brian. This isn't done yet. And I was just looking down as well. There's a man in that group in the breakaway at the moment at 3 minutes 53. Now, if they want to go all the way, Alexis Vuillamos as well, do you let him go? Well, the answer at the minute is no, because CCC want to be in this break. Jumbo-Visma aren't having that. They've chased this down. I think Jumbo-Visma and Ineos doing the chasing here because they want to keep it as it is, don't they?
Yeah, of course they do. You know, Israel Cycling Academy, just to finish what I was saying there, I've chosen this stage, a big stage for them. And you can see them that they're well over 50 k's an hour, and they've decided that this is going to be the break. But like I was saying a bit earlier on, there's a few riders, a few teams maybe not happy with this. And as soon as the information gets back to the cars, it's just probably a 30-second delay. Once they get back, they look at the numbers, they look at the composite of the breakaway. Realise that there's maybe nobody real danger in the breakaway. Okay, 3 minutes, but I don't think they'll have that towards the end. I think they'll be controlled today very much by maybe just not just Deconi Quickstep, but some other teams will come into play today. But it was noticeable that CCC, yet again, trying to get involved with the breakaway, missed it out. I think it could have been someone like Demarque, because this is a kind of breakaway suited to him and a stage suited to him, but unfortunately locked down again.
We've had that enough this year, haven't we? Simon Geschke sitting second or third row as well, he was a moment ago. I think he might have tried to escape. Bora Hansgrohe happy. The Koenig Quickstep, EF Pro Cycling. And here's the man we saw quite a lot of yesterday. He was back in lockdown for a day, wasn't he? Jérôme Cousin. Heard yesterday, listening to the cycling podcast, that he spent lockdown with his partner in Portugal. They were on a holiday there, or away there, and when the borders closed, there was a lot of touring done, thousands of kilometres ridden around Portugal while they could get out. A very different lockdown for Jérôme Cousin. Well, he kept nice and active.
Yeah, the long day has got the combativity award for it yesterday, and rightly so. But you know, an interesting group there with 6 riders. The best placed of the 6 riders is Vuillamos, former winner of a stage of the Tour de France at 3 minutes and 53 seconds, so almost 4 minutes. So I don't think it's a great danger for the GC riders. It's just maybe one team, especially CCC, missed out on that opportunity, but to get someone in the breakaway. But I don't think the breakaway, although it's strong enough, will go all the way to the finish today.
Beautiful views down the valley. And I think we're going to go and get our first interview of the day. Let's see what Groupama FDJ are planning. Here's the big boss, Marc Madiot.
Avec le manager général de Thibaut Pinot et de cette équipe Groupama
Well,
FDJ, c'est
one
Marc
word
Madiot
with
qui est
Thibaut
avec nous.
Pinot,
Marc,
General
c'est la
Manager
première
Marc
arrivée au
Madiot.
sommet, c'est toujours
Marc, this is the
particulier
first time it
sur un
finished.
Tour de
It's always
France, la
special on the tour.
Oui, il faut se mettre
Well, yeah,
dans le
we
rythme
need
des ascensions, donc il y a
to get
toujours une
used
appréhension
to
chez tous les
climbing.
coureurs.
It's always something that the riders treat with a bit
Ah
of
oui, oui,
apprehension.
toujours, oui.
Apprehension,
Ouais, il y a
really?
des chutes en
Yes,
début de Tour de
always.
France, on en a
There were
parlé,
some
Marc.
crashes at the beginning of
Elles
the
sont
tour. We
anodines
spoke
physiquement,
about
mais
them.
vous avez été
They
coureur,
are
vous savez que ça laisse
insignificant
forcément des traces quelque part.
physically
Comment vont
speaking,
vos
but
coureurs?
you've been a rider, so
Oui,
there are
bon,
some
comme tout coureur,
scars. How
quand
are your
c'est une
riders
chute à
doing?
48 heures,
Well, like
ça
every rider that
s'améliore,
crashes
le
less than
soleil
48
aidant,
hours
je
ago,
pense qu'ils
they're
devraient
getting
retrouver
better. The sun's back out
l'essentiel
as
de
well,
leur
so
capacité
they'll
pour le
be
final.
soon back up to 100% of their capacity.
Aujourd'hui ou pas?
The goal is to be
Non,
offensive
non,
today?
on va
No,
regarder
no,
ce
no,
qui se
no.
passe. Déjà,
We'll
ce
be
sera pas mal.
watching to see just what happens.
C'est l'objectif aujourd'hui.
Ouais,
Not to lose
avant de
time,
gagner, faut
that's
déjà
today's
éviter
goal.
d'en
Well,
perdre.
yeah, before
Merci,
winning
Marc.
time,
Bonne
we
course.
need to make sure we don't lose any.
Marc Madiot with his first reaction. How will they be feeling? Because, of course, Thibaut Pinot hit the ground, didn't he, a few days ago, Brian? Today's the sort of day, we heard from Brad Wiggins at the start, he says you can't really win the Tour de France today, but if you're not up there, 7-kilometre climb, mountaintop finish, you can be out of the game, can't you?
If it was a flatter finish, I'd be thinking this could be a bit more crucial, but we've already had quite a few metres of climbing already, so they get in a bit more of a rhythm, because normally in the first week of the tour we hit the kind of flat lands, the sprinters, undulating terrain, then you hit the first kind of mountain day, and it takes a while for the climbers, GC contenders to find their legs. When I say find their legs, when you've been riding in big gears for a week and then you go into the kind of small ring, smaller gears, and getting that rhythm is very difficult. So, but they're already into that kind of rhythm. We've already had a few climbs, a few small gears used, and mixing between big gears and small gears, so that kind of rhythm is already there, and this climb, it's not overly difficult. The average is 6.7%, and it's fairly kind of steady the whole way up, so I don't think it will kind of split to kind of smithereens, and you heard Marc Madiot saying they don't want to lose time, and I think that is echoed with every team. They don't want to lose time, and I think there'll be some control taken by Jumbo-Visma today, possibly Ineos, together with the Deceuninck Quick-Step, and it's just about not losing time, but there's still a stage win up for grabs. But for today, I don't think it will be the breakaway. They will go possibly on to the last climb, but I think there's too much up for stake.
It's a really interesting group actually up the road. They're getting almost 2 minutes now. The next point for us is going to see how much time they're allowed to have, Brian. But there's a Tour de France stage winner already in there. That is Alexis Vuillermoz. But you look down the list, there's at least 2 or 3 guys trying to be respectful for everybody. But you look at the talent there and you think, well, Tish Benoot, he's surely going to finish his career with at least 1 Tour de France stage win. You'd say the same for Niels Pollitt. And Chris Neylands, he's shown talent as well. 3 guys who you would think, it might be a bit of a surprise if they get through their career without having won a stage at this race.
Yeah, when you think of Tish Benoot signed for that team, I think he's re-signed for another couple of years for Sunweb again, so they're putting their backing behind him. He's done well in the past in some general classifications, but he's kind of choosing maybe kind of classic stages, and I think Sunweb have already said they're coming in here with stage wins in mind. They've already had a second with Hershey, but they've got a good rider in the breakaway, but will it go all the way? That's a difficult one.
20 degrees today, not too much wind around. Beautiful day, 1st of September on the Tour de France. Hope you're all enjoying everything so far, everybody. This is the Gorge. It's been nice to have a look at a lot of these helicopter shots so far. It's funny trying to notice the difference between a normal Tour de France and all the crowds and this, and I have to say I haven't noticed too much difference. It's still been a really enjoyable watch visually as well as the drama on the roads. Of course, Jonathan has been telling us about everything we've been seeing. But in terms of the feeling, it doesn't feel strange. There's Benoit Cosnefroy. Not sure what your opinion on that is, Jonathan, but it's been a nice watch. We've seen all the usual sights and stunning scenery.
Yeah, I have to be honest, so far for me, apart from the face masks in Nice and down at the starts and during the interviews, at these moments, I found it pretty normal from what I can see. That the crowds aren't quite at the same volume as they would be at the finish, but there's still large numbers of people gathering on the roadside. There are still large numbers of people gathering at the finishes, and so it has a real feel of normality about it, and I think that's probably what ASO were hoping for. It's what the French public were hoping for, and I'm sure it's what the riders were hoping for. So although there are elements of it which are of course very different, and the time of year is another of those elements, I do feel at the moment, at present, it has this feeling of normality.
What about you, Brian?
I think as a rider and as a former team manager, it seems a little bit safer. The one thing about the Tour de France is it does bring out the crowds, and the crowds tend to go onto the road because kind of want to see the spectacle to come past, and you know that's what the riders always say. It's always very nervous the first few days of the Tour de France, especially with the big crowds, the Grand Depart, and you know normally they take it to parts of other countries where you know we get millions and millions of people lining the routes, and it causes a little bit of concern for the riders and the teams. But it does seem a bit more relaxed. You know, yesterday we had the first easier day, and I think the riders seem to be enjoying themselves and just to be happy racing at the Tour de France. And we do see some spectators, but I think everybody's just being respectful of the conditions of what's happening in the world at the moment.
Nice to see the summer sun is still with us. Oh, we're about 10 kilometers into the stage, and we've settled down now, 3.5 minutes. It's the first mountaintop finish of this year's 107th Tour de France. Not the most difficult the peloton will face over the next 3 weeks, but it is an early opening showdown uphill. Can we expect too many big GC gaps? Well, we'll find out in a few hours. If you want to watch it uninterrupted, remember, subscribe to the GCN Race Pass on the app or on Eurosport.com. That's a lovely, beautiful day. Well, those of you who've been away at the commercial break on the television, I can tell you things have started to settle down. Peloton have decided that about 3.5 minutes is the time that they're giving them. That means that Julian Alaphilippe is still the virtual race leader on the road as well as the real race leader. Most dangerous man in the breakaway, the 6-man breakaway that's gone away, is the Tour de France stage winner, Alexis Vuillermoz. 3 minutes, 53 seconds down. Probably a good time to check in whilst the race stabilises and find out a bit more about where we're riding today. Jonathan Harris-Bass, where are we?
Well, we were just going through the gorge of the Meuse, beautiful gorge here, some wonderful sort of kayaking territory, and you've got Romanesque bridges built in there as well. And we should, as we go through the Baronnie Provençale National Park, see lavender fields and also plenty of different plant varieties, and we're going to see animals and birds, and hopefully today will be another one of those days where we get one of those beautiful shots of a vulture over the top of the peloton as a helicopter is above the vulture itself. So look out for the vultures. You get griffon vultures down in this part of the world, and they are particularly beautiful. It's just a really lovely part of the country and very popular with rock climbers. Perhaps not up that particular facade, but you will see plenty of rock climbers in and around here.
Thanks, Jonathan. Not too much left of the Chateau de Mison up there. Still got a few visitors though, and the views from up on high look beautiful. What's the view like from the peloton? Race situation, Brian, because I think it's De Koning Quickstep who are pulling, and it looks as though it's 3.5 minutes is the number they've decided on.
Yeah, a little bit similar to yesterday. Anywhere around 3 minutes is okay. Just control things. We said the best placed is Veermos for AG2R at 3 minutes and 53. So it's control mode at the moment. The first, or the bonus, not the bonus sprint, the point sprint coming up at 51.5. So you would expect that you know, some of the sprinters will come up. I think there's only a couple of points between Peres Sagan and Christophe in that competition at the moment. I don't think they'll be featuring in the finish. So if Christophe wants to take that jersey back, he's got the opportunity to do that. You know, a little bit up the road, but. Control, you could see that the 6-man group really were pulling hard to start with, you know, up over 50 kilometres an hour, the bunch spread across the roads. Now that they've got their gap and the peloton are chasing with Cavagna and Declercq from Deceuninck Quick-Step at the front, so 2 riders just controlling things. They know how much rope they've been given, so they've been given 3.5 minutes. They know that if they start to go too faster in the breakaway, the peloton will speed up. They know if they start to go slower, the peloton will slow up. So it's in their best interest in the breakaway to settle things down. They know what they're given time-wise, so just settle it down and you know, save their energy throughout the day, because this is a lumpy day. Although they're only 3rd and 4th cats on the way to the first category finish, but it's an old lumpy day, constantly going up, and it's not going to be easy.
Just saw a first shot of Movistar sitting all en masse, second wheel there behind the Deceuninck Quick-Step.
All en masse?
En masse, they are. We'll get there in the end. Does that tell us anything about what's going to happen today? Just because it's something we haven't seen yet at this particular Tour de France. They're sitting in front of Jumbo-Visma. We know that Ineos Grenadiers on any other day might be sitting up there. There's the bandaged up Jose Joaquim Rojas. Does it tell us anything, or does it really not matter at this stage?
Well, the thing about it, and you said they're all en masse. Enric Mas is their so-called team leader, and you know, Valverde's there, and he's been very, very quiet. A lot's expected of him. You know, he's swapped teams. He's going back to the Spanish team, and you know, can he deliver? That's the thing. You know, he has to try and get up there today, and you know, he's another rider that's sitting there at 17 seconds. Valverde also there, but Enric Mas is the one rider that has decided to go to Movistar and head up their ambitions in the Tour de France after riding well in the past in the Vuelta.
Yeah, really interesting to see what Enric Mas and Movistar can do, because they haven't done very much this year, have they? I know that a lot of people will be shouting and screaming at the tellies and their mobile phones saying, well, nobody's done anything, we've all been in lockdown, there's a pandemic on. But, as I said when we were referring to Elia Viviani, there was a bit of racing at the start of the year, and we've been racing for over a month now. A lot of these riders have got around 30 race days in their legs, and it's probably time that some were judged on results as well. And Movistar, ever since they set the documentary out, they really haven't been able to win anything.
Well, it was a historic moment in the history of the Tour de France, one which is often harked back to. Wonderful pictures that we get. Luis Ocaña setting off to obliterate Eddy Merckx on that day. After going solo up the Col de Noye, the Spaniard saw his advantage grow and grow, and try as he might, there was nothing King Eddie could do to bridge the gap. Ocaña closing in on one of the greatest solo breakaway victories in Tour history. Triumphantly reached the finish line in a little over 4 hours, claiming his 3rd stage win on the Tour. A stunning feat. His closest challenger on the day, Lucien Van Impe, crossed the line almost 6 minutes later in 2nd place. Ocaña savouring his victory as he awaited the arrival of Merckx, by then a 2-time Tour winner. Belgian star out-sprinted the other chasers for 3rd, but had lost 8 minutes 42. He said there's not really anything to say. He was the strongest today. He has impressed me hugely. Ocaña capturing the yellow jersey for the first time in his career. Days later, though, his hopes of glory faded when he crashed on the descent of the Col de Monte. He'd have to wait 2 more years to win the Tour.
Thanks, Jonathan. You can find out more about that great day and many other historic cycling days on the Eurosport Recycle Pod. That's hosted by Graham Wilgoss, written, of course, by Felix Lowe. He seems happy, defending champion. Classy little bit of yellow on the glasses there to remind us who we're dealing with. Egan Bernal, not been the worst start for him after the chaos of the opening day. Settled in nicely, I think.
He has. The team have looked after him. They're not really kind of battling for the front few places now. They're kind of sitting back. Maybe a different tactic to years gone by. But yeah, looking at that old footage, it's great seeing that. I love seeing all these kind of battles and the minutes between them. Also in that group with Eddie Merckx was Joop Zoetemelk, Bernard Thévenet, and a little bit further behind was Cyril Guimard. Some of the names we know that have now gone on to kind of work with teams, and you know, Thévenet's won the Tour de France in his time, one of the French riders to ever win that. But the Tour de France has also been up this climb in 1989, Rob.
Yes, what happened that day? Because I think that there was a bit of action within our team, wasn't there? I think it was a time trial started in Gap.
Yep, it was a 39-kilometre time trial, and I asked Sean last night at dinner, I says, do you remember the Tour in 1989? He went, yes. Do you remember going up this climb? I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. I said, you did rather well that day, because Stephen Rooks took the victory in the time trial, and Sean Kelly, our very own Sean Kelly, finished 6th in the time trial. Took the green jersey that year. That was the famous 1989 year when Greg LeMond won in the final day.
Yeah, and thinking back to that year, of course, we had a pretty sad day yesterday. It was the 10th anniversary of the untimely death of Laurent Fignon, who of course was heavily involved in those great tours, most entertaining tours we had in the 1980s. It was nice to see a Frenchman in yellow jersey, thinking back of Laurent Fignon 10 years on from his very untimely death. Well, the tractor has some help this year. Tim de Klerk has often done it on his own. He's sharing the work in these opening days with the train, the TGV and the tractor. The TGV behind, they're nicknaming. That's Rémi Cavagna. He's had a great start to his career, hasn't he? Just sitting in second place, hidden by those huge shoulders of Tim de Klerk, the Belgian. Rémi Cavagna was a really exciting rider at under 23 level. He was a national champion in the time trial. Only been pro for a couple of years. He rode his first Grand Tour at the end of last year at the Vuelta. And remember that day when he took the win, just clipped off the front, and we all thought, well, he's going to get caught, he's going to get caught. I think it was on the way to Toledo, wasn't it, towards the end. Great finish up in that beautiful scenic town, bit like what we're approaching here. Rémi Cavagna, they didn't really get anywhere near him, did they? And he just seemed to increase his lead. Bennett was chasing on behind. He's backed up last year's late season form. He is now the French senior time trial champion, and because of Stybar's late injury, got his call up to the team, and he doesn't look out of place, Brian.
No, not at all. Strong rider, and coming into the team with some really good form. As you say, French champion in the time trial, a bit of a motor, and you know, doing his work, and this will only make him stronger. The guys that ride on the front all day are just super. We've mentioned riders in the past. Julien Vermont used to do this before. As soon as you go to a team and look for your own chances, you're not riding on the front as much, and you know, you're not getting that kind of big power. So Tim de Klerk and Rémi Cavagna are setting up at the front of the race, but also just behind them, yet again, the yellow jerseys of Jumbo-Visma. And I noticed from the the onboard footage that Primož Roglič was very close to that crash in the run-in yesterday. One of his teammates kind of get caught up on the left-hand side, but Primož Roglič was very close to that crash in the just after the last roundabout in the run into yesterday's finish.
Guiche Benoot. Matt Winston is the main sports director for Team Sunweb. They like to call them coaches there. They like to do everything different, don't they, it seems, Team Sunweb. Whether it's the press release that maybe they so famously got a little bit wrong when Marcel Kittel left, but they're an innovative team, different team, a positive team, and they've got a man in the break.
Adam, obviously you showed your form on stage 2. Was there anything you learned about yourself that maybe you were unsure about so far? Did it confirm anything for you?
Oh, I mean, it's just good to get up there and, you know, be amongst it. Yeah, obviously in Dauphiné, like everyone knows, I didn't have the ideal prep, so I wasn't there in the finals, and it was just good to be up there and fighting for the win.
And what about any of your rivals? Did you learn anything about them that you can maybe use going into today?
Not really. I mean, I think everyone was kind of, you know, keeping the powder dry on stage 2. A lot of guys waiting, you know, letting the teammates do the work and bring it back. So yeah, I think I'll play my cards in the final and see how it goes.
Thanks, Adam.
Cheers.
Adam Yates just missed out on the podium, remember, at the Tour de France a few years ago. Bit of water under the bridge then. He's second at 4 seconds at the moment. Man to watch, and well, he's a realistic hope to take the yellow jerseys today, isn't he?
Well, looking at his effort in the Col d'Es, he looked super, but I think if he sneezes today, you know, Alaphilippe will be all over him. But Alaphilippe cannot look after everybody. There's still a lot of riders at you know, 17 seconds, and there's a 10 6 and 4 on the finishing line. So Alaphilippe will want to keep a hold of that jersey for sure. Adam Yates would love to have it, but I don't think he'll be given any leeway whatsoever in this final climb. I think he'll have a go at him, but I think Alaphilippe is a kind of equal to him, and he'll shut him down straight away, but he can't look after everybody, and it's going to be very difficult. But I think this will be the kind of first kind of hit out towards the top of, or closer to the finish, top of this last climb, because as Adam says there, most of the riders in the second stage just kind of keeping their powder dry, not wanting to show too much. But today I think it's about time that some of the GC contenders showed a little bit, and I think we'll see that later on.
Just to continue on Adam Yates as well, of course his brother has taken stage wins in all 3 of the Grand Tours now. He's won a Grand Tour at the Vuelta a España. Adam Yates started off a little higher in that aspect. We said it was just his second tour when he finished 4th. Surprisingly though, highest place finish on any stage in a Grand Tour's 3rd. He's yet to win any Grand Tour stage.
Yeah,
I suppose that has to be the priority, is what I'm trying to say for him. You know, not the yellow jersey. He's got to try and win a stage here, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think he's very capable of winning the stage here. He looks as if he's in good form. I know he's had some serious health issues coming into this. You know, he was coming in as you know, one of the kind of GC favourites, but unfortunately due to illness he's playing a little bit of catch up. But he looked really good in the Col d'Es, and I think there's definitely a stage win in him. And you know, being a twin myself, okay, I've got a sister, but the twins of Adam and Simon, there is a bit of kind of sibling rivalry there. They want to try and kind of beat each other, and if one wins, the other one wants to win. I think it was last year or the year before, you know, when they were riding in different races, and you know, they were winning in different races in Paris-Nice and Tirreno Adriatico. They were kind of winning. So I think that Adam definitely on the performance of stage 2 has got a stage win in him for him. But while he's up there in the general classification, he will not be given any freedom at all. So this is his chance, and I think he'll go for it, but it's going to be very difficult to unship it from Alaphilippe's back.
That's what we're looking forward to as well, though, the fact that everybody will want to go for it. There's so much at stake. There's the yellow jersey, there's this man as well, Primož Roglič, still with the bandages on. And of course, UAE Emirates, Tadej Pogačar, on his Tour de France debut, has said overnight that he will try and have a go at this. He's not shying away from anything. He's a very confident young man.
Well, that's what we loved isn't it, Rob, at the Vuelta last year? It was just like, wow, where did this young man come from? Such a great talent. We've seen him in the under-23s and what he could do there, but it's a big step up to World Tour level. But boy, he showed us last year in the Vuelta. Can he do it here? Well, I'm really looking forward to it. And the thing is, if he's got the confidence to go, I tell you what, I'm going to have a go for it. I hope others follow, and others will have to follow. So the race will open up a little bit. As Bradley says, that you're not going to lose the Tour de France in this climb, but it'll be a little bit of a shake-up and see how and test how the riders are going.
Yeah, I think today marks the point where we move from that stage on the opening day where everybody, as we remarked yesterday, was saying, oh, well, my back's a little dodgy and I'm not in the greatest of form. I don't know what I'm here for.
You're talking about
is
me?
where everybody, I'm talking about you and your form. But no, today's the day where everybody really has to show their cards. There's Pasha for B&B. Chris Nalons, Israel Startup Nation, one of the teams making their debuts. Same with B&B Hotels, Vital Concept. The 2 teams out of the 20 riding the Tour de France for the first time. Same sort of landscape for most of the day today, until we get a little higher later on. Heading up to almost 2,000 meters. Mountaintop finish. Not the longest or hardest, we said, but it's a proper mountain. And it's one long line behind. Well, that tells just over 4 minutes.
That tells you something, Rob, that you know, it's not an easy pace. The pace is pretty decent, because when you get everybody kind of one long line, they're trying to get a little bit shelter, save their energy, and you know, they're not kind of bunching up and kind of chatting to each other, which means that the pace at the front of this group is fairly high. You can see them communicating with each other. So I think there is a call in this breakaway to try and push the advantage up a little bit, try and get more time. But like we were saying earlier on, if the breakaway pushes for more time, then the peloton will speed up, and that's why we're seeing the peloton kind of speeding up a little bit, because they want to try and keep it about 3.5 minutes.
I guess as well, we've got to factor in the intermediate sprint. Comes after 51 kilometres today, so with 109 to go, we get our intermediate sprint. And I suppose there's going to be a bit of funny business behind, because there's quite a few points up for grabs. First, that should speed up and cut the time gap, but afterwards, when everyone starts to get a drink and a bead on and, you know, see what's happened, it might grow out again.
Indeed, it could do, but no other teams helping Duconi Quick-Step for the time being, and you know, they're going in 2 fronts. They're trying to help Sam Bennett. They're trying to look after the yellow jersey, and that's very tough to do in the Tour de France. Very, very tough, and they're putting 2 of their motors on the front and trying to keep the gap down. But the riders in the breakaway know that if they want to go the whole way, they're going to have to push this advantage up.
Advantage at 3 minutes 50 seconds. And I think this is Moron. A couple of level crossings around here. We got away with it yesterday. Of course, with the train on the front behind the tractor, you'd think they have it sorted.
Just seen Caleb Ewan at the back there, yesterday's stage win, and what a brilliant stage win that was, Rob, yesterday, the way he weaved through the peloton and came up at the last minute.
Welcome back to all you television viewers. It's stage 4 from Sisteron to Orsières-Merlette. First mountaintop finish of this Tour de France. And if you're watching on the telly, remember you can subscribe on our digital platforms and you can watch uninterrupted. The GCN Race Pass and at Eurosport.com. Beautiful old buildings. Until we're not too far from the Mediterranean. Look at those roofs. Sun glistening off them. And in the race, well, just below 4 minutes now. Not too much changed whilst those of you are away. Took a 3-minute leave. The same 2 riders riding up against the same 6 riders up the front. And those 6 riders communicating with each other well. Look to be riding short, sharp turns. Ah, here we go. Give him a wave.
It's going the wrong way, Rob. It's heading towards the coast. They want to jump on it to go up the valley.
It's funny, you know, actually. We talked about Luis Ocaña and Eddy Merckx, and that famous day in 1971 when the race went to Orsières-Merlette. Bernard Thévenet, who was riding that day, was away, and he said, well, Ocaña rode so fast up that particular climb, they thought he'd taken the train up, actually. 8 minutes, was it, he put into Eddy Merckx?
Yeah, 8:42.
8:42, but Ocaña still lost the Tour de France to Merckx because he crashed out in the Pyrenees.
Yeah, well, it might have been because Merckx went on to win that Tour de France, but you know, he held the jersey for a good few days before that crash, so what might have been?
Well, Orsières-Merlette is going to come towards the end. In the meantime, what about this canal, John?
Well, this is the Canal Saint-Genis, part of the hydroelectric complex built along the Buëch, which is where we are, and the water has been diverted through various canals to the Sisteron power station, which sits just a little further back towards the start. Very interested to hear what you were talking about, Ocaña. That tour contains, because I think it was the next day that Merckx attacked on the descent from Orsières-Merlette and got into Marseille, what was it, 2.5 hours before the quickest time, with the Mistral blowing behind him, and that was when the mayor of Marseille said that the Tour will never come back to Marseille until it goes over my dead body, because and it didn't for years and years and years, solely because no one was on the podiums, no one was there to greet them. I mean, they totally missed their moment in the sun, and then I'm assuming from what I can have read about that particular 1971 Tour, was that the pressure that then was put on Ocaña into the Pyrenees was what led to the crash, because he knew that Merckx was gunning for him in such a big way.
It's like they developed the COVID protocols a few decades early. Nobody there, no podium presentations, perfect. Now then, the wind is blowing a little here, and this is rather interesting. I know that so far there's been a bit of a headwind, obviously a bit of a side wind developing a little point there. Brian, towards the end today, it's a tailwind up the valley to the final climb, so it's going to be fast at the end.
Yeah, it's predominantly westerly. It goes from kind of westerly to kind of northwesterly today, but it isn't overly strong at 10 kilometers an hour. But yeah, you're right. As soon as they turn right and start heading up the valley, it is more of a headwind. But you can just see that because of the kind of wind conditions and the speeds, the peloton pretty much in one line. So not a lot of chat in the peloton. It's kind of strung out over about 20-30 seconds. So you can see, going back to the cars, some riders coming up, getting a little bit of support. So the speed is on. You can see Remy Cavagna at the front with Tim de Klerk. And that's the reason why we're kind of strung out here, is because the group in front trying to push for more time.
It's been a really fast start after yesterday's slow day. We're on board with the man who finished 4th. Really good finish from Hugo Hofstetter. Sort of a sit up and take notice of me performance, I think. Certainly in the Tour de France. We know he's won things before, but first time he's been up there in the Tour, so high up on the finish list.
Yeah, he was there. He chose to go to the left instead of the right. Whether he'd been able to do a Caleb Ewan, you know, doubtful, but at the end of the day, he chose to go left and, you know, finished a creditable 4th place. So he'll gain confidence from that, no doubt.
Let's go and hear from another of the possible victors today. It's the monster, Sergio Higuita.
We're here with the Colombian national champion, Sergio Higuita. His jersey looks just fantastic for education first. Sergio,
Sergio, you think he will attack for the breakaway or try and stay calm until the last mountains?
We'll
wait until the finish. I think this stage suits the GC contenders on that last time, so we'll try to save as much strength as possible until the end.
Estás uno de los favoritos para hoy, pero.
Well, you're one of the favourites for today's stage. Well, yeah, if I can get to the finish with all of the favourites and have a good final sprint, I'll try and fight for the stage victory. What's changed within the team since Danny Martinez lost time?
Well,
what changes if we don't have 3 men going for the general classification anymore, just 2 of us? Rigoberto and myself, because Danny's now a bit far away. We hope he's going to feel good though. He's not too far in the GC standings, because when you fall, it's always hard to come back. It reminds you that when the body's sore the next day, and it's what I experienced during the Criterium du Dauphiné. So I'm going to wait and see how he's doing today, and if he's doing well, we will still be 3 leaders.
Still 3 leaders, they say, Brian. We said that there's a few teams like that at the moment. Certainly Movistar, for all the laughing and joking we've done at their expense maybe in the last few years with the Tridente, the Trident. EF have come in with a similar approach, but they of course have guys who've been up there, they're finished on the podium like Uran, Martinez, who unfortunately lost time the other day, won the Dauphiné, and Higuita, we saw what he can do in his debut Grand Tour in the Vuelta last year. It's a promising Trident, that one, isn't it?
I'm sure we're going to see them battling for the stage win today, and it's not always a bad thing. The thing about having 3 leaders, if one rider puts out, because there's obviously that kind of competition between the 3 of them, if you put yourself in the position, good, you know, you got some good legs early, and you put yourself in that position on the general classification, the other 2, will they work with you and for you? That's the thing. It's okay having kind of 3 leaders, but it's how the other ones think about you know, helping you. Will they give 100%, or will they look for kind of opportunities for themselves? It's all about that, bringing the whole team together, and you know, gelling everybody together, all for one and one for all type of thing. We've seen in the past that, you know, some of they come in with maybe 2 leaders, and some of the tactics are not favourable to one of them. If they're up there in the general classification, they can attack each other, and it's not always, you know, I think when we look back to some of the Tour de France's and we see Bernard Hinault and Greg LeMond, all that sort of stuff, but if Higuita, Martinez, don't write him off, because he's not really out of it. He's only over kind of 2 minutes down, and he can still podium at that kind of distance. Uran, I'm not too sure if we'll see him back at kind of best when he finished 2nd overall, but all 3 of them, if they gel together, they work together, then I'm sure one of them has got a very good chance of getting up there in this year's Tour de France.
Brilliant, strong team, all 8 riders actually. Experienced sports directors as well. Younger guys with new ideas too. A team that has really had an about turn in the last 2 or 3 years, really changed direction and invested in top riders. Still all in one long line. Pace is fast today, and it's being driven by the guys from the front. Tish Benoot celebrating 50th day riding the Tour de France for him. First time he's done for a new team, as we take a look at Geoffrey Soupe at the back. 2.5 kilometres almost between the 2 groups. And it's still the same 2 riders riding, Tim de Klerk and Rémi Cavagna. As Brian was explaining, Jumbo-Visma have moved to the front. And they've moved to the front with Tony Martin, Robert Geesink, Tom Dumoulin. Actually, Wout van Aert with Tom Dumoulin and, guess who? Primož Roglic. This is the break. led by Quentin Pacher on the right-hand side. It's the first ever breakaway that B&B Vital Concept have ever been in the Tour de France. And it's Pacher's debut on the Tour as well. He's 28 now. Been making a name for himself as quite an aggressive rider, certainly on the French circuit and the French Cups. But he's yet to bring home his first success since signing pro. One of two riders in that group who have no wins as professionals. The other is the young Frenchman Mathieu Bourgodeau. He's not been around for too long. It's only his second year as a pro for Total Direct Energie. So he can be forgiven for not crossing the line with his arms in the air yet.
No.
3 minutes, 48 seconds. Well, we're going to go off for a quick commercial break. When we come back the other side of it, you'll hear the voices of Sean Kelly and Colton Kirby.
I guess you can hear him now, really. I'll tell you, you're still there, Rob.
I'm still here, I'm still here.
That interview with Sergio Higuita was fantastic. Did you see how he started it? He said, well, yeah, Danny Martinez, now there's just two leaders, me and Oran, and by the end of it, he changed his mind. Yeah, well, you know, it's not all over for Danny Martinez. It's like the PR kicked in, and then he thought, I could be in trouble here.
You didn't see him getting a prod on the back, did you? There were no polls about.
There was a bit of that, wasn't there? Oh, dear.
It's interesting, actually, with those three. They're really close, you know. Really, really close off the bike of Martinez, Uran and Higuita. And if you want a laugh, go onto Instagram. I know it's not for everybody, social media, but go onto Instagram and have a look at some of Rigoberto Uran's videos in the week leading up. He was like a sort of faith healer, talking to them both. They had them hugging trees and all sorts. It was brilliant stuff.
I'm very
anyway,
fond
I'll leave you with that and go get some lunch.
Enjoy. Bon appetit. And yeah, same for you, Brian. Not quite sure what you're having today, but are you there, Sean?
Yes, here.
Marvellous.
Ready to rock.
I was just talking to Rob about that interview with Sergio Higuita and how the PR machine kicked in halfway through what he was saying. He basically done for Danny Martinez and then thought, hang on, yes, there are still three of us here. The patron of that team, though, Rigoberto Uran, what a nice bloke he is. And he's taken on everything this season, hasn't he? Even in the down season, apparently it was his hand that went up for all of the virtual racing as well. So he's kept himself busy. I was wondering if he'd maybe done a bit too much at the start of this race.
Yes, well, it will be interesting to see with the team. Danny Martinez, of course, you know, losing time at a very early moment, and yeah, disappointing for him. But still, he's not that far off. So you know, things could change as this race go on if he can hold on up there and get into the bigger mountain stages. But yeah, we could hear the interview. He was when they were talking there. Yeah, he kind of left it slip a bit that the other man was out of the general classification, which is really not true. At that, you know, that time he's down is not. It's not a huge amount off. So we'll have to wait and see.
Indeed. Gosh, look at the burnt roofs here. This terracotta, in fact, it's broken slate, and indeed the sort of more orangey ones here, I must say. That kind of terracotta. They've changed the profile of them as a little bit more plasticized concrete, which is the paler stuff, which is not quite as nice. But the old orange roofs here, it's actually that which is ground down to produce the clay courts, which we enjoy at Roland Garros. Actually, just ground down and compressed to make your clay court. So yeah, I guess becoming rarer as we move over to plasticized concrete. Oh, do you know what they're going to do? What they're going to describe that surface as? Who knows? Welcome back, everybody who has been watching on regular TV. Don't forget, if you get the chance, you should check out really Eurosport.com and the GCN Race Pass. If you like to have your cycling ad-free, then those are the places to enjoy that. Stage 4 today, and these blades that get chucked up by the tectonic movement in this part of the world, it is fascinating, actually, to me anyway, that you see that, or when you know that geology, it's laid down horizontally because it was old sea creatures, particularly the limestone and the like, that of course expired millennia ago, and indeed just laid down the foundations of the plates of the earth, and then as they move around, as simply as one plate dips under the other and creates enormous mountain ranges, those horizontal layers just come in at an angle, and when you see that, you know that there's been movement on the earth over millions and millions of years. It might take that long for today's stage to end. I'm not quite sure. We have a pace about us, actually, and at least that is a blessing, and at the moment it's being set by Deceuninck Quick-Step. They have taken on this duty, Sean, quite willingly, it seems, and this is a free ride for Team Jumbo-Visma so far. Deceuninck have done most of the work in protection, of course, of Julian Alaphilippe, and today's stage is one that absolutely suits him. Is he a justifiable favourite?
Well, I think very much so, depending on what sort of a battle we have on this final climb to the finish here today. But Deceuninck Quick-Step, you know, they have that duty, they have got the yellow jersey. We did see them yesterday, they were controlling for the yellow jersey, but there was also, you know, riding for Sam Bennett. But when you've got the jersey, you know, you're expected to control the race. Today is a bit of a different situation. Yesterday, you know, that break got away. Then there was only one man allowed out in front, and it was a relatively easy day for everybody, you know, when you ride along at that pace. Where today we can see the line of riders here, the pace is really, you know, pushing on. And up front, these 6 riders are really riding strong together. And, you know, when they are committed, sometimes the breakaway, you know, they don't ride that fast, and the peloton just allows them to hang out there at that 3-4 minute advantage. But here these guys are working really strong together, and they're putting the pressure on, and you can see when you see the peloton lined out pretty much in one line, that tells the pace is hot.
There is a danger, of course, as well, Sean, that as we saw when Sagan moved into green yesterday, there's an intermediate sprint up for grabs, and quite often some of the fast men, they roll through and then become a problem. If you get a fast man who is also capable of taking on a few mountain lumps and bumps as well, it could basically upset the order of the day. Now, the intermediate sprint is coming up. It's at after 51 kilometres of racing, so it's when the ticker, when we finally get it back, says 109 Ks to go. And it may well be that the minor points that are up for grabs that remain after the breakaway go through, which, don't forget, there's a handsome amount of points. The top 15 riders across the intermediate sprint line do indeed collect points. So it'll be 20 for whoever amongst the breakaway goes over, but those, as you count back down, the first of the pack to cross the line, and I'm sure Peter Sagan and the green jersey will be up there, and Christophe may well have the legs to have a dig now, because the sprint comes before the climbs today, essentially. There's 9 points. It descends 9, 8, 7, 6 all the way down to 1. So for 7th place, which it will be, 9 points, and it's so close in green, Sean. I'm sure Christophe will have an option if he's got some legs, and Sagan will want to defend it, that's for sure.
Yes, we will see, I think, a bigger sprint than we see yesterday, because they were thinking of the sprint final yesterday. You could see Bennett was hovering around. So I think that, you know, the sprinters yesterday, although they did get up there in the sprint just to pick up a few points, today will be a more serious one, because this is the only opportunity for them to get some green points jersey points. So we will see, you know, I think a bit of a bigger effort here, because, you know, it will be the last occasion. They're not going to get any on the finish here today because of being a mountaintop finish.
Indeed, as you man with your umbrella hats, they look daft, but honestly, in the middle of the summer, if you're follically challenged as I am, then it comes in very handy to avoid headaches. We've got Tour de France stories coming up. The sprints will be in just over 9 kilometres time, so we've got plenty of time to hear from John. Here he is.
Higuita's won the bunch in from Greg Van Amanat. Phenomenon. Phenomenon.
Hello? Okay, just a second. It's for you.
Phenomenon. Hey. Okay.
Well, it's just my favourite clip from yesterday. I think it's my favourite clip from the tour so far. I've watched it over and over again. Anyway, after that one, we've got a little more serious here. Road spectators showing the victory of Julian Alaphilippe on his phone to Devanines, as they managed to maintain social distancing. I'd prefer the fight to continue. Anthony Perez had to leave, but no leaving for Caleb Ewan. His 4th stage win. 2nd most successful Australian now, and moments to cherish from inside Lotte Soudal's team camp.
Thank you. Fuck you, good to me. Huh? Thank you. I come tonight.
So Pavel Sivakov, another day done, slowly recovering. A little bit of team rivalry there for the Lanterne Rouge.
Hey Whitey, I heard you have some trouble with pronouncing my name. It's Greg van Avermaet. Van Avermaet. Van Avermaet.
I don't think that's going to be bettered this tour. I really don't.
It was beautifully edited, actually. And the problem is, I'm going to hear that tune every time I mention his name. You can imagine in a sprint or one of those rolling finishes where he does so well, one of you just tuning in with that tune. Fantastic. The Muppets, indeed. Well, it'll be less fun for many today, one will imagine, when we get to the final test. It really does seem like we are heading for a crescendo, and as we've spoken about so deeply today so far, it's one of those days where we're going to find out quite a bit. What's been revealed to us so far is that some of those that came into the race with questionable form are starting to shine. We're still waiting for some others to come through and indeed just put a little spotlight on what might be. I'll be interested, Sean, very much to see how Dan Martin copes with the slope a little bit later on, and a few others that would have skipped up an incline such as that.
Yes, it will be an interesting one. You know, there's a lot of riders here coming back maybe from an injury, not having trained for a little bit of time leading into this Tour of France. You know, what level are they at? And I think some of those riders themselves, you know, they feel okay, but until you get into a final climb, and a mountaintop finish is always, you know, that much more difficult, because when you race full on, and if they do race full on today, well then we will see, as they say in French, a lot of dégâts, which will, you know, a lot of the group breaking up and riders losing contact. Will we see some of the big teams hitting it here? Ineos, of course, we see Bernal here. As we know from the past, in the years of Sky, they always hit it big time on the first mountaintop finish. We remember the Planche de Belleville with Chris Froome, and a number of times they really struck out and just showed their authority. Will they try and do that today? Will the team of Primož Roglič do it, Jumbo-Visma? I think we could see something like that, but you just never know. But you have to be ready, and if the big teams do hit it and really go for it, well then it's going to make it difficult for everybody. But if there's a little bit of marking each other, tactics being played, looking at each other, well then riders like, you know, Dan Martin, if he's on a good day, he could have a go, because he's a long ways down in general classification, and you will be always allowed that little bit more leeway. But it will be an interesting one. Whatever happens, I think, you know, if the big favourites do not really go for it, there will be a lot of the other guys who are thinking, well, I might have a go here and try and get a stage victory. I might be allowed to just get away a little bit easier if you're not really up there in the general classification, or they don't rate you as a GC danger.
Indeed, it could be one of those days where somebody who's just slightly off the radar gets a little bit of leeway.
Zakharin.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. I was just about to say, it could be a sweet day for Zakharin. Let's
never know.
I'm always fascinated by days that look like a hockey stick. It's sort of, I realise it's not entirely flat today. I mean, in fact, we've got some little peaks and troughs to play with. But a big kicker right at the end. You take an ice hockey stick and you turn it up on its end, and while laying horizontal, if you see what I mean. Then it's that kind of finish today, which means we have a long approach and a scary one as far as the pack are concerned. Nobody wants to give too much away at the moment, not least, I think, that they are a bit wary of some quick men just skittling off the front, and somebody with a bit of power as well might well sort of feign it for the intermediate sprint and then push on. Peter Sagan wearing green. He's middle of your screen at the moment, just taking that curve in the road now. So he is definitely going to be drawing the attention. Will he have the pace to take this? It's slightly uphill, so it's a false flat that we're dealing with, and when we get to the sprint, it flattens out just beyond it, actually. So we're going up in a series of steps before we hit our first climb today, the Col de Festre, or the Festre. There's no accent on the E, unless my notes are slightly out. We'll ask Rob when he's finished his sandwich. 116.2 kilometres from home. Still a long way to go. Today, Sean, feels like, well, no stage on the tour is a holiday, but it's 157 kilometres. And after nudging the 200, and yesterday, we were just too shy of that marker, weren't we? It was a long old day. I think a shorter day, possibly quite welcome.
Yes, well, it's always welcome, but it all depends on what way the race goes. And, you know, yesterday, if it had been a 220 kilometre stage, it would have been a long day for us all, because when they set out and circumstances of the race, you know, a number of riders get away, and then they get what they want, like we had yesterday for the mountain classification points. And then, of course, you know, the peloton and the riders who were controlling the race, Quick Step, they were going to, you know, take that. Certainly it was, you know, a very easy day for them. Today is not the same situation. The way they're riding up front, you can see, you know, they're going to have to ride to keep this advantage to the breakaway, you know, not be growing out of control later. So it's one of these days. But the short days, definitely, you know, the breakaway say, okay, 160 kilometre stage in or about, we can do that, and we can go. If we get 6 good riders really committed up front, we can really put the peloton under pressure, and they are putting on fair pressure here at the moment.
Certainly are. The pace is very high considering how slow it was yesterday. Maybe they put that in the bank.
Julien, vous faites partie de ces coureurs maillot jaune sur le dos, ça vous fait pas peur?
Julien, how are you feeling about this yellow jersey today? Are you going to be chasing a second victory on this year's tour today? I'll be watching my arrival, so I don't think I'll make a move. I'm just going to try and defend the jersey. That's the only thing I can do. How are you doing so far? Ça va, I'm okay.
Well, apparently in this part of the world, wherever there are mountains and rivers, you find gold. But apparently this is a great place to go gold panning. Never done it myself. John, have you ever griddled the grit?
No, I've never had any of my butlers do it for me. But I mean, no. I never have. I've always had the dream, definitely. I think I watched so many westerns as a youngster that I felt that I was going to be definitely. When I used to go to local brooks in the English countryside, I thought I was going to find huge nuggets of gold. But no, alas, no.
No, indeed. Apparently in Ireland, you have to sort of find the leprechaun and persuade him to hand it over. But yeah, panning for gold today. I see Didi the Devil still doing his thing, jumping up and down. It was a few years ago where he got he looked a bit second-hand, and then he became a member of the hip-hop generation. Had both hips and both knees done, apparently, all four indexes. And yeah, he's skipping again, which is nice to see. 5 kilometres to the sprint. One last thing on Didi. He disappeared for a few years. It wasn't because of his operations. It was because he took sponsorship and didn't tell the tour. So they said, right, you're not on the telly. It's as simple as that. Lose the sponsorship, you can come back. Anyway, it took him a while, and he actually did it.
Really?
Yeah, it's true. He dropped the sponsors. It was a high caffeine drink he was sponsored by. That's all I'm saying, because I don't want to get into trouble myself. But yes, I think it was something like whatever it was gives you wings, and pictures of him hanging in midair.
Was he jumping too high?
I think so. Yeah, bless him. Do you know that he actually is
That's when he did his knees.
Yeah, exactly. exactly. It's the fault of his occupation. Not many people know he actually builds bikes and holds world records for the largest bikes. Did you know that, Sean?
No. All new to me.
Look him up. John will as well. We might post a picture of him on one of his enormous working bicycles, but slightly loony. More sensible, of course, is Tom Dumoulin, a man whose ultimate focus was displayed beautifully the other day when he came off the bike and got back on it and still finished okay. I think he lost about 3 places. He bounced and didn't bomb. It was amazing. Tom Dumoulin today, just say it quietly, but amongst all the favourites, if it is a big shootout on the final hill, Tom Dumoulin is more than capable of taking it on, even for those that you might think are more punchy. He's got a bit of that himself, hasn't he, Sean?
Well, he has, and you know, this sort of climb is a one that suits Tom Dumoulin. The earlier part, it's not that real difficult. It's the final number of kilometres where it gets a bit more difficult as you approach the finish. Tom Dumoulin, I think he is coming good. We see him in the Dauphiné and getting better as the race went on. I think that's going to be the case here. I think he will just follow and stay with his team leader for the moment in this stage today, so I don't think we will see him, you know, trying to do anything for a stage victory. He will just follow the train, and if there's a situation where they have to maybe ride after some of the guys, Dumoulin might be the one from Jumbo-Visma if they're running out of manpower. But again, they have, you know, a very strong team, George Bennett, Seb Kuss, who are really going very, very strong leading into this Tour de France.
I think if he was given his free rein, I think Sepp Kuss would be a great bet today, but I think there's too much at stake, and the last thing you need is too many cooks in the kitchen, as it were. And Sepp Kuss, I think he's capable of winning on a day like this. He's done it in the past, did it in California, he's done it in several other locations where he's been it's been a joy to watch him, quite frankly, but he's very rarely given his head, and there'll be so many riders like that, Sean, who are expected to be on duty for others and will look at this day and think what might have been.
Yes, well, if you look at the start list here and you go down to the teams, you know, if you go to Jumbo-Visma, you could pick out a number of riders capable of winning here today, but you know, they're not going to be allowed the free hand. They're going to be there at the services of their team leaders. The same goes, you know, for Ineos. They will be as well, you know, looking after their main men. So these guys, you know, very, very talented in their own right. But when you have a team duty at this point in the race, out of a breakaway, we see Sepp Kuss winning in the Dauphiné. We see him winning the Vuelta last year. So, you know, and all very difficult stages, mountaintop finishes. He is, you know, a talented rider. But here, those guys will be totally 100% behind their team leaders.
Well, I don't know what George Bennett said there to Primož Roglič, who wears the sort of blue netted jersey, as you can see. I guess that keeps his back nice and cool on a warm day like today. Temperatures, though, possibly less than you expect. At the top of our peak at the end of today, 17 Celsius is a maximum, so it's going to get a bit chilly. So old Primož, the Slovenian national champion, overall red-hot favourite for this race, notwithstanding, of course, the challenge by Egan Bernal and others. But really, it's all eyes have been on Roglič since the very beginning. He might not be in yellow, but that may change, and it could change at any time, Sean, because he's capable in a whole sequence of different types of terrain.
Yes, well, I think you know, this a mountaintop finish is a bit of a complicated one, because if the other big favourites start to move, well, then you've got to follow. You cannot allow them to ride away if you're capable of following. So you cannot be thinking, yeah, do I not follow those these favourites and maybe a group of 2 or 3 that get up the road? Will I allow them just to hang out there and take a number of seconds and just take the pressure off myself and the team? You know, it's impossible to do that when you're in there in a mountaintop finish. The adrenaline flow, you're just focused on the race, and you just go for it, and that'll be the case for all the big favourites. You know, if there's a big battle and a number of them come to the finish, they're all going to try and go for the stage victory, and you know, just get the most out of this one and show that they are in top shape.
A double roundabout after the 2K to the sprint marker is what that pennant man was trying to guide them around. just about to come to our intermediate sprint. The breakaway may not contest it. If I had to guess, I would probably say that the breakaway may well just allow some of the minor teams to come to the fore, simply to take the benefit of the prize that is here, and that's precisely what you're seeing. And it's B&B Hotels who've said thank you very much, merci beaucoup, a bit of beer money for the boys there, and you'd expect that. You know, there are better funded teams than B&B Hotels. And I think that was almost a gift to some of those who were up there. Kentin Pasha, by the looks of it, went over the line at that point. Now it gets very serious for the approach, and you may well see that the sprinters team start to line up here. Just solo lead-outs would probably be the best thing, because you've got 2 roundabouts to deal with, then a kilometre to go, and don't forget they're 3 minutes in arrears, so they'll be hitting their marks fairly soon, not too early. This is about green jersey points up for grabs. I thought we'd already been through the sprint. Maybe I'm highly mistaken. I think that was the announcement of the 1K to go before we get there. So apologies if I misguided you. Are they then going to be nice to some of the smaller teams? Let's have a look. 300 metres to go until it. There is. I must admit, I was wondering where the kick was, because apparently there is one, and it's better contested than I thought it would be, Sean. They really mean it here. And so the prizes are not to be shared equally, it seems. We're going to have some ourselves, and Israeli Startup Nation are the ones that say thank you very much. I think it's Niels Pollitt who's rolled across the line first. So let us wait then and see how busy it gets in the chase. In 3 minutes' time we will be here, and indeed Pollitt is a big man, isn't he, Sean? He takes a lot of wind, but he managed to power over.
Yes, he did. He won that comfortably. You could see that he was just looking around in the final metres as he rolled to the line, and you know, €1,500 at an intermediate sprint. So it is worth going for it. And you know, when you're up there, why not have a sprint? Because with the way it's going, you know, you always wonder, is this break going to survive? And again, we can see there it's been controlled a lot, but they are putting up a great battle. But the interesting one now is for this sprint between the big fast men as we approach with the peloton.
It's a nice amount of money. I remember a few years ago, Sean, you and I on the Welter, we looked up how much was on offer for the intermediate sprints, and third place at the sprint, I don't know if you can remember, was €15.
Yes, I remember looking, and we had to recheck because we could not believe that it was, you know, so little. If you were riding a fish and chip race somewhere, you know, a preem going through a village, you get more than that in the low amateur racing.
Yeah, I think they changed it after our mirth, to be honest.
Yeah, I think they listened.
Yeah, they figured out that it was just enough to buy yourself a chorizo cooker and some meths. I don't know if you've seen those. Anyway, here are your roundabouts that they are respecting at the moment. And Sam Bennett is up here. Likewise, of course, is Sagan. On board with Edvald Bosenhagen. Is he going to be on duty in just a few moments' time? Don't be surprised, indeed, if he is. He'll be working for Giacomo Nizzolo. And great to see some of these live on boards. And you can see how just how rough the paving is. Now then, let's get down and have a look at this. I think that's the Flamme Rouge for the sprint that they've just been under. So that's the sprint kite, the green kite that you're just seeing. It'd be nice to get downstairs and see what's going on, rather than dwelling on this église. Well, we can only ask, but will we be provided? We're still looking at the chancellery here and the bells. Somebody's going to ring one right now, and it looks like Bonifazio's called for action here. Team Direct Energy are on the front. That's Jeffrey Soup with his luxury beard. Goes there. Here's Sagan coming through right now. Sagan is on a mission. Retzer also wants to get involved. He's doing this for Kokar. Looks like he's lost him. And still Direct Energy are there. Waiting on the back wheel of Sam Bennett is indeed Sagan. Wait for the green jersey, and here he comes. The Incredible Hulk, but I'm afraid he's going the wrong way at the moment. Tucks back in again, regathers himself. When's Sam going to come to the fore? He gets released right now. He's going to make it there first, I believe, just edging his teammate, and indeed delivers. Sam Bennett wants points, and I think he's just made one.
Yes, that was a a contested sprint. You could see there was a lot of shouldering there. We could see Sagan and Bennett just bumping shoulders there, and Sagan, just getting a little bit knocked out of his rhythm there, but Sam taking it comfortably, as we can see here. Yes, Sam Bennett winning easily.
Yeah, Nitara, European champion, coming across fifth. That was Coquard, who got up very late, as you can see, but the European champion Nitara finishing in front of Sagan. In the orange, it was Trentin, of course, who just started to make a use of himself. I thought for a moment he may well have the drive to get there, but we were concentrating on Sam Bennett because we felt he had the potential. After the disappointment of losing out yesterday, wanted to get more points on the board. And Peter Sagan, we could continue to ask questions about him, Sean, and I guess he's just posed another one, really.
Well, I think he's not as fast as he was a number of years ago. I think we've seen that a number of times. Is it that he needs a bit more time maybe this year to get into shape? But yeah, he's coming up against younger guys coming up. Sam Bennett, not that young, but still he's one of the newer sprinters coming through. And that is always a situation in your career. As you get a bit older, you get a number of years in the professional ranks under your belt. A lot of the guys, they just seem to lose that outright speed, that outright punch in that final 150, 200 metres as you go to the line.
Yeah, who missed out there? Well, Andre Greipel, of course. Clement Venturini seemed to have missed the party as well. Caleb Ewan, I think stage wins for him, and what a result it was yesterday. Worth dwelling on as well, Sean, before we start to head into the uplands with our first climb coming in, let's have a look, about 7 or 8 kilometres time. Yeah, Caleb Ewan yesterday, how needed was that victory after, of course, John Degenkolb falling and going out of time, Gilbert's injury, and they've had terrible luck, but finally Lotto Soudal had something to celebrate, and they really did.
Yes, well, what a performance by Caleb Ewan yesterday. It was one of these real sprinter sprint, and you could see there the way it was contested, and Sam Bennett did everything correctly, and he hit out at the right time, but Caleb Ewan just got lucky, but he was also really in good shape.
Every door he knocked on was opened, and Ewan came through for a great win. I think that's the point, isn't it, Sean? You've got to have good fortune, and Caleb Ewan was, he drifted left, he drifted right, and everywhere he went, riders moved away, defending against others. I guess that's the gift of coming from so far behind, and he was not even on our TV screen from the overhead cam with 8 riders mobbing the action. He was able to pick and choose, but got it right every single time.
Yes, well, as we see yesterday after the stage with the coach, he was showing us the sprint as they came into that final 600 or 700 metres, and Caleb Ewan was way off with 300 or 400 metres to go. He wasn't in a shot, and we had maybe 8 or 10 riders at least, and he just came through, and the move he made, just the gaps, they were there, and nobody closed, and that can happen in a sprint. Sometimes you go for a gap and suddenly it starts to close, and then you have to knock off your effort and you have to go for your brakes a bit, and then it's game over, of course. But he was lucky, and sometimes in a sprint you need that, and you get lucky, and you come from a long ways off, but you're in the drafting, and that was the case yesterday as well. That run into the finish was a very strong headwind, and if you're behind a rider like Caleb Ewan, so low, so aerodynamic, he just came at such a rate, but the way he came through, that was spectacular at 60+ kilometers per hour to be able to do that, and that's what those sprinters can do. They can see, and that split second of a reaction, just to make the decision, decide where you're going, go for it, and he got lucky, I suppose you can call it, but still he was super fast. He was like a bomb the way he came through, because Sam Bennett, when he took it up, he went really strong. He would have preferred to wait for a little bit more, Sam, but he had no choice. He had to go with the headwind. The final metres became a little bit difficult for him, but you have to hand it to Caleb Ewan yesterday. That sprint was a really magnificent one.
It was lovely as well to see how he handed out the thanks to his teammates. Real bond between them all, and that's so lovely to see. And Yeah, beautiful. A little bit later on, we'll be coming to our Wiggins alert, and a reminder that we have the Bradley Wiggins show, don't forget, which is a fantastic podcast. It's going up more regularly than just the standard every Monday, that maybe some of you are used to. Well worth a look. Brad, of course, amazing character, and he imparts a great deal of sense and knowledge, and not a little fun as well, which is fantastic. So yeah, enjoy that, the Bradley Wiggins show, and of course a few others as well to conjure with, including the breakaway, which you can see this evening with Bradley, of course, Orla, Dan, and indeed guests. Are you on tonight, Sean?
I don't think so.
The only breakaway for Sean is a chocolate biscuit. Well, that looks like a place you may be tempted to take the knee, and to be honest, today is one of those where some could be on their knees. It's Egan Bernal was on his back, of course, not that long ago, essentially out of the Dauphiné. It was a precautionary exit, as I think we liked to describe it, and we've been asking ourselves just how serious was it? Well, he's here with Richard Carapaz, and he's had, of course, his the chance to, or indeed that selection was made, and some big names were left out of the Ineos Grenadiers team, and indeed arch rivals of the likes of Richie Porte, who you've just caught sight of a short while ago. Just picking out Andre Greipel, indeed here, of Israeli cycling. They of the groovy shorts. Quite remarkable. Meanwhile, if we want groovy, let's have Sir Bradley Wiggins, shall we? Brad on the stool coming up right now.
Stage 4 of the Tour de France. We've just come through that intermediate sprint where we saw Sam Bennett picking up 9 points there. He's now equal with Peter Sagan in that green jersey competition. Sagan looking consistently every day that beaten man, really. Doesn't look like the Sagan of the past that we're used to seeing. Today, Ancien Merlet is the finish. It's the first summit finish of the Tour de France this year. 1971, we went up here when Acagna beat Eddie Merckx. Eddie Merckx won that tour. And again in 1989, the time trial was Stephen Rooks won. So back here today, I don't think it's going to be a really tough finish in terms of massive gaps in the Tour de France. I don't think anyone's going to win the Tour de France today, but certainly riders could lose the Tour today. The breakaway today, there's a few good riders in there, but the gap is only 3 minutes. We've seen the Koenig Quick-Step riding, of course, for Julian Alaphilippe. Jumbo-Visma ever present in that second place. A man who commentates on Eurosport, Sean Kelly, finished 6th in that 1989 time trial when Stephen Rooks won. We're going to hand you back to him and our commentary team at Eurosport. Will be back with me later.
Thank you, Brad. Don't forget, you can join Bradley Wiggins, Orla Chenery, Dan Lloyd as well in the breakaway this evening, as we will dissect what's happened during the day. And more than that, Bradley Wiggins has got his own podcast, of course, the Bradley Wiggins Show. Comes up every Monday and more frequently as well during the tour. So enjoy that as well. And if you like your racing uninterrupted, don't forget you can watch live with no adverts on the Eurosport.com app, or indeed the GCN Race Pass, where you can hear us whittling on about all kinds of things, including occasionally the Chateau de Montmaur, John. The Montmaur.
The Montmartre Chateau, isn't it beautiful? Well, here we are in Provence, which is
could be
just
prettier,
one of
actually,
the most lovely. Well, you say that, but just look at the back.
It's a
just
car
a
park,
wonderful, beautiful red shutters. It's got a wonderful Virginia creeper or something going up the back.
Yeah.
Now you need to take note, Carlton. Oh no, now it's gone out of picture. But anyway, if you were taking note, the construction of its round towers were very, very important. They came in 1590, and it was a massive refuge for the resistance during World War II, hosting Antoine Mauduit, a reserve officer from the Foreign Legion who founded the national resistance movement of prisoners of war and deportees. And he had the help of François Mitterrand. Mitterrand, of course, returned to Montmartre in 1986 as president in memory of his companion, and it's been a departmental estate since 2006, hosting many events in the summer. But very strong ties to François Mitterrand, who died in 1996, but was one of the longest standing, I think the longest standing president of France.
I remember, and they were trying after he passed away to think of a suitable thing to build in his honour. And in the end, they had the Mitterrand Bibliothèque, which is the Mitterrand Library, now of course entirely superseded by the internet. But anyway, if you want to go and smell the leather-bound tomes and remember him, that's it. And his wife said it was completely inappropriate to recognise his greatness, that they just built a library to him. I mean, what do you want? So they actually call it the, well, I call it the TGB, which is the Très Grande Bibliothèque. It's massive. It's not very pretty. I think she wanted something more for him. Do you know what his last meal was, Mitterrand?
Wasn't it it's the birds?
Ortolan.
Ortolan, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, he did some dark things.
And that, well, that was one of them. Yeah. I mean, it's a shame that's how I remember him. Yeah, an ortolan, just for those of you, you take a field bunting, very young, and you put it in a box, and you feed it brandy-dipped sultanas, and then when its poor, sad life comes to an end, you drown it in Armagnac, and then you bake it and put it on a stick, and it's so offensive in terms of its cruelty, which has been banned. There's still some chefs who want to cook it, and so offensive is it that you wear a napkin over your head when you eat it, so that the good Lord can't see what you're up to. Apparently said to be delicious. I have no intention of ever even going near a place that has ever sold it. But anyway, that was his request for a final meal. Can't get it out of my head. Sorry. There we are. A banned dish because of its cruelty, but hey, apparently quite yummy. But I'll never know because I'm not going there. Meanwhile, should we have a climb, Sean? Is it time to climb?
Well, we're getting close to that, and it will be interesting now to see how this breakaway will manage, because they are after putting in a big effort, to this point. And will they be able to just, hold this group together and get over this climb and then go on? Because we have a little bit of a downhill. Then we go on to another, 4-category climb, but it's much more undulating after this first third category climb of the day, which does, 3 third categories, a 4-category, and then the first category to the finish here in Orshil Mellet. But yeah, I would not be surprised if some of these guys have to struggle a bit if some of the guys of the 6-man breakaway are a little bit too strong for the rest.
Yep, agree with you. So we'll look to the stars, as indeed these radio telegraphs are doing exactly that. It's the Observatoire Noema, John.
It is the Observatoire. I was just sitting here, just really enjoy reading about François Mitterrand, actually. I was making quite a lot of notes about him. And you mentioned the Bibliothèque, so I'm not going to talk about this at all, because, I mean, it is, I think, the biggest of its kind, and blah, 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 and it's very good at observing all of the world.
No, it's not the world, mate. It's the universe. And despite the fact it looks like you could probably cook up the largest paella several times over here, in the world, it looks into the outer reaches of the atmosphere because of the rarefied atmosphere in these parts. The clear skies that we have, because there's not that much habitation in the locale, is it?
No, there isn't at all. It's the biggest of its kind in the northern hemisphere, and there you go. That's a wonderful overhead shot, just to demonstrate exactly what you said. There aren't many people here. It's the sort of area you come to if you want to become a bit of a recluse.
Yes.
But what I was going to say, just very, very quickly about old Mitterrand, because I feel that we've
beaten him up a bit, haven't we?
Yeah, we've beaten him up a bit, and I think we should say that that he was a remarkable president when he was in charge of France. He was the person who brought in the social reforms of the 39-hour working week. Both of you and I benefited from that at times. Retirement at 60, haven't benefited from that. But an increased minimum wage, 5th week of paid vacation, a creation of a wealth tax, and the abolition of the death penalty as well. And when he was re-elected in 1988, he does hold the record of longevity for a French president of 14 years. And you mentioned the beautiful National Library that was built. I mean, I happen to think it's a very beautiful bit of modern architecture. later. His wife obviously didn't agree, but he took over just some incredible works that took place when he was in charge. You think of the Musée d'Orsay was completely renovated, the Parc at Villette, you've got the Défense, the Grande Arche,
Eurotunnel,
the Louvre, Eurotunnel, there we are, that happened, I mean it started anyway, certainly. The Institute of the Arab World and the Opera at Bastille was all redone during his tenure as president. So he involved with a remarkable amount of renovation and building during his presidency, and some staples of the socialist dynamic that you have in France.
Yeah. You've forgotten to mention his needlepoint and his crochet. It's amazing. He also, of course, had a thing for Margaret Thatcher, describing her as the mind of Caligula and the lips of Marilyn Monroe. I'm not quite sure that he and I are on the same railway line there, but anyway, we move on. I think we've done enough on Francois. He'll pop up again because we'll pass by the TGB when we finally get to the end of our race here. We haven't had much racing these last couple of days, you might think, after a fabulous sprint finish yesterday. That's the thing about a slow day. You always remember the spectacular finale, and you sort of forget about the fact that we've had a bit of an interlude. I haven't really had that today because the breakaway has been really kept on a leash, about 3 minutes, as you can see. And for the time being, it's as you were, just waiting for the fireworks to begin, and they will. Here's a perfect example of the way that art and architecture are melded here in France. There was no need to make that so beautiful, that little archlet there. It's not just function, it's form as well, and for that we thank the French. All right, you can keep your haute cuisine, basically designed on a plate that, wouldn't fill a thimble, but, you've got to admire their panache when it comes to architecture. They kind of make the human hand sort of match, or at least have the least impact visually, the terrain, because it's just so beautiful what they do. There you are. I think we've made amends for having a go at Francois now. We can move on with dignity. So what's this climb that we've got here? The Col de Festre, or is it the Festre, John? Come on, there's no accent here.
There's no accent, so it's the Col de Fest.
There we are. Thank you.
That's all right.
Yeah, I'm glad you've sorted that one out for me. Maximum gradients hitting about 7.5%. It's the first kicker, and as Sean said, we go over the top of the Col de Fest, then into a dip, so we're into the bowl, and then up the other side of the lip. It could almost be a great launching point for an attack, but I've got a feeling that this breakaway is kind of set in its makeup. Sometimes breakaways, Sean, they don't get to pick and choose who comes along for the ride. How strong is this one?
Well, they are putting up a great battle here, and as I said just a little time ago, it's going to be interesting now how they just work together, but I think they seem to be understanding each other very well, the way they're riding here, and on the climbs they just have to knock it off a little bit, and I think the guys that are up there, they should have the experience to say, okay, just a little bit less strong. If a rider is pushing a bit too much, you just talk to them and say, just take it back a little bit, get everybody over this climb together, and then get back into working again, as they have been doing, for a long time. And 3 minutes, it's a nice advantage, but they're having to work to hold this one. But the peloton also is having to work. But when we get over this climb, I think there'll be more action back in the peloton from other teams maybe as well. As we get further into the end of the stage, we could see some of the other teams taking control, starting to appear at the front of the peloton. But yeah, it's looking promising. It's certainly one of the breakaways of this tour so far that looks like they could push the peloton a bit further into the final and possibly onto the final climb of the day.
Indeed. Well, let us see how it goes. This is the not so super de Valois. How on earth did they get planning permission for that? I don't know. Maybe it was a happy meal. And they took the box afterwards and thought, that's a good shape. Let's stack them up. Anyway, 3 minutes and 1. I'm not a big fan of brutalist architecture. Don't mind it on occasion. Trocadero in Paris, very, very lovely. Mind you, John, did you actually see what they knocked down to build the Trocadero?
I didn't see what they knocked down to build the Trocadero, no.
It was a spectacular cathedral. Just remarkable. It was lozenge shaped. And yeah, somebody went, well, we're going to get rid of that. And they did. And produced the gardens that led to the Tour Eiffel, the Eiffel Tower. Mr. Eiffel actually lived on the top of it for about 3 weeks. He used to let down a basket to get his bread. And in the end, he just got absolutely fed up of the steps. It was before the lifts. Anyway, I'm not surprised. He left. These guys left everyone behind at the beginning of today, and still they climb, or indeed they start really that endeavour, I guess you might say. It's a long approach to this one. They've been climbing since before the sprint, and it goes on. So who's got the legs and the mind to go for it today? Too many to count, really. It remains an open book, this one.
And here we are with Primož Roglič of Jumbo-Visma, probably the guy for today. Primož, first question, how are you after your heavy fall in Dauphiné and the stressful first 3 days?
I'm fine, happy to be still in the position we are now, feeling every day better, so yeah, really happy and looking forward also for today.
Jumbo-Visma is obviously riding for one goal, always at the front, and that's the yellow jersey in Paris.
Of course, it's true. We have a really strong team, strong guys, and yeah, we need to go day by day, try to do our best, try to just avoid all the unnecessary problems, and yeah, at the end do our best and see how it goes.
And for today, you guys go in with one goal to take yellow already today, or waiting for a bit?
Yeah, today really a lot of scenarios is possible for sure. But anyway, for us guys, will be a race at the end anyway in the last kilometers. So we try to be there and do what we can.
Is Jumbo also here to put pressure on straight away on Ineos Grenadier and on EF Education First?
It's really hard to say now in front, but for us it's just like I said, we need to be concentrated, avoid all the problems, and just do our job.
Voila.
Isn't it amazing, Sean, that when the questions come in, valid ones as well, Jumbo-Visma, the first point of reference as their main rivals is Ineos Grenadiers. Second there from Bernie was EF Pro Cycling, of course. We're starting to ebb in terms of our focus on Thibaut Pinot. You saw him take a bit of a tumble at the beginning of this race. He's known to be fragile, Sean. Does that mean he's been knocked down in terms of our thinking as we go deeper into this race? Has he taken a knock too early?
No, I don't think the knock he's had in the fourth stage of this one, he's recovering quite well from it, and we heard his team director sportif, Marc Madio, talking this morning. They don't seem to be any concern there at all, so he will be hoping that the knock he got in the earlier part of this tour will be the last one. But I think the history goes back. We've seen Thibaut Pinot most recently in last year's Tour of France. He was in super shape and he looked like a rider who could cause problems in the final stages in the mountains to the other big favourites, and he could have, you know, he could be the one who would shake up them stages quite a lot, but unfortunately he got that injury. We did see him in the Giro, was it 1 or 2 years ago? You know, he was riding excellently and then suddenly bang, he just, you know, ran out of energy there. So he has that history, and he'll be hoping, you know, to get that monkey off his back and break that this year. And he looked really good in the Dauphiné. He's looking good at the moment, and yeah, I'm hoping that we see him something like he was in the form last year, because he is a rider, you know, he could really put pressure on the guys for the GC standings, and it would be great to see to get somebody else in there, you know, who could, you know, upset and cause a bit of difficulty for the other big favourites.
Do you think, Sean, as well, that the focus at the moment with on Julian Alaphilippe has kind of taken the heat off Thibaut Pinot? It very much happened last year as well for him, of course, as they come into a little bit of a headwind here by the looks of things. I'm just wondering whether that is a factor as well that kind of explains why our attention has drifted from him, just because of this vault by Alaphilippe, who starts today as favourite.
Yes, well, I think it does take the pressure off, you know, when you have a Frenchman leading and Alaphilippe, with the press, he's a very popular guy, in France and all over really in the cycling world. So there's a lot of focus on him at the moment, and that's good for Thibaut Pinot because he doesn't have that pressure. If there was nobody else doing anything here in this race, well then they would be focused a lot. The French press will be zooming in on Julian Alaphilippe or on Thibaut Pinot. So that takes a lot of the pressure off, and I think that is a good thing for Pinot because the pressure, he definitely, maybe he does not support as well. So now, it's a good situation to be in. He just gets on with his race and, leave the days click down, and when we come to the real terrain where he will be hoping to do something, that he gets into the right shape. But looking promising for the moment. But again, you're always a little bit concerned with his history that we might see the same repeat as we've had in the big 3-week tours all over again.
Well, I hope it goes well. I think it's about time as well that we had a French winner, as if we haven't been saying that, and France has been saying it for a long time. But it feels real, doesn't it, Sean? It feels like a real possibility with the design of this race. In fact, somebody yesterday had a real dig saying that I was disrespecting all the other nations to imagine that the tour organisers would even think of designing a race around the capabilities of only its own riders. Well, I genuinely think that's the case, and I think we've got a great chance of a Frenchman actually becoming champion. They've got a few options as well, Sean.
No, Carlton, I don't believe that.
Come on.
They don't do that, the frogs. No, I think the tour, they have been looking at that over the last number of years, and of course in the time of Sky, Bradley Wiggins, Chris Froome, super time trialists. And if you put in a 40-kilometre time trial, 35-kilometre time trial, those guys can take so much time out of the non-better time trialists like a Thibaut Pinot and like Bardet, who are challenging for the French. So I think it's just to make the race more interesting, and that is what the big tour organisers are doing. They're trying to just get one on the others and try and make it something interesting to pull in the viewers and to keep the race interesting all the way through. So by not having a time trial this year onto the penultimate day, I think it makes it more interesting for all.
Yep, indeed, and more than that, a huge boost to French chances. So we shall see. The climbs that we have here as we gain altitude, and they're kind of compressed, aren't they? So the twists and turns that we have, a bit like Lacé, and in fact our approach to the finale today, up to the Orsières-Merlette, whole sequence. I'll count up the turns in a short while, but it looks absolutely brutal, like an overcooked piece of spaghetti that's been dropped upon the surface of the earth. It wiggles and wends its way all the way. So at least as you look down the mountain, you get a view of those who are chasing you. I think it's going to be a very dramatic finish today. Let's see how this climb pans out, and in fact a long reach before we get to the end today. Still just less than 6 kilometers under the 100 to go. It's a long day, I guess, when you actually look at that and you realize how long we've been in the saddle, but short really as the crow flies as well today with the twists and turns. Still covering 160.5 kilometers. A bit of a later start today, but it will mean that we have as well a number of options at the end. And indeed, the Roche family. Saw Nico went up the Irish coat the other day to show his nose. John, I believe we have some more. In fact, obviously, I think it'll be in English, so not John this time. Here he is.
Tour de France winner up Orsières-Merlette. What do you remember from the 16th of July 1989?
A lot, and almost everything, I think, because it's one of my beautiful victories in Tour de France. It was my second victory. Before '88, I was Alpe d'Huez winner and also second in overall. But winning and time trial and also uphill. That's very special. Also before big candidates like Le Mans, Fignon, Indurain, Delgado, Kelly, that guys, that was for me maybe a little bit surprising, but also very happy. And also the condition at that moment was perfect for have a good result also in '89 in the Tour de France.
So, Stefan, not as steep a climb as we're going to see during this Tour de France, but it's an important one. It comes on stage 4. We're expecting some sort of a showdown between the big GC contenders. What kind of a rider will today suit, do you think?
I think Yates. Yates is one of the climbers. He's in good condition. We have seen it 2 days ago with Alaphilippe. Alaphilippe was already in a breakaway with Hirschi, and suddenly Yates was there immediately, like an explosion. I expect him today. He can do it. He's very fast. Take a gap immediately. I expect him that he wants to stage winner, because it's not he's a rider for overall, but not in the top 5, I think. But for stages like this, he's one of my favorites.
Wonderful. Well, we'll see. It's getting busy at the top here, and our breakaway have decided that they're going to go for this first mountain test. And more than that, it's Quinton Pacher who's pushed out of the break. They went off early, almost immediately today, in case you missed it. And indeed, if you did miss it, why? But also, if you don't want to miss anything because of TV advertising, then you can go to the Eurosport.com app, or indeed the GCN Race Pass, and watch uninterrupted coverage of the entire race. Don't forget, we thank Orla. Apologies, I thought it was Stephen Roche I heard in my head, but it was Stephen Rooks, not Roche, who was interviewed there. Yes, you can see Orla with Bradley Wiggins and Dan Lloyd as well on the breakaway this evening, which will indeed have a look back at today and look forward to tomorrow, as of course we race on in this spectacular race. The season just like never before, really, and everything crammed into just a couple of months, and you can see all that live and uninterrupted coverage on that GCN Pass, or indeed the Eurosport.com. So just enjoy that. More racing on the GCN Race Pass than anywhere else. So it'd be great to have your company for that. Here's your summit to Category 3. Not much up for grabs here, Sean, but honour and a little prize money as well.
Yes, well, 2 points here. The first 2 over the KOH point here picks up the points. So Quinton Pacher getting his 2 points as we see him there roll over there, and I think it's about 1,500 euros as well for the points, the mountain classification. I'm not sure, I must check that, but he's just going to roll through here, and I think we'll see it all coming back together again as we see the advantage just under the 250 at the moment. So Duconi Quick-Step are just holding him out there at that 3 minutes roughly. So it's going to be a difficult one for them. They're not allowed to take that advantage maybe of 5 or 6 minutes, where you would say, well, they might be able to put the pressure on the peloton if they really work together. But 3 minutes, under the 3 minutes, is a lean advantage.
It is very slim pickings, isn't it? As well, apparently slim pickings for science fans. Huzi Madness has been in touch. He's not happy with us, John. Apparently, we were overly dismissive. I don't count myself in this, by the way. You were overly dismissive about the observatory, which to science fans would have been fascinating. So consider yourself told off.
I consider myself told off.
There we are. Mea culpa from John Harris Bass. It won't happen again, Huzi. Meanwhile, I noticed the tree frog green knapsacks that are being handed out to Ineos Grenadiers. Yet another example, Sean, of marginal gains. You're not going to miss one of those when they're being hung dangling by a soigneur, are you?
Well, depends on how good a breakfast you had, how well you're, drinking and eating on the road. Some days you know, you find it difficult to get through the energy gels, the energy bars and the drinks you take out, but you have to keep on, you know, just nibbling away at your food all the time. You have to keep on drinking as well, and that's something the director of sporties have to remind you to do. And of course, when the Swan Euros at the side of the road there with the bag, you take it in case somebody else, you know, maybe not in a position in the peloton to grab it. They're at the wrong side of the peloton, so you take it and you just hold on to it. Even if you don't need much of it yourself, you can always dispose of it, you know, as you go along. Give it to a spectator. They're always hungry spectators looking for souvenirs.
Yeah, and they're definitely the easiest to spot. Ineos Grenadiers as well. You know, they have this rather. It's just completely unrelated to their kit, but no other knapsacks look exactly the same. Nose bags, as the great Dave Duffield used to call them. As your category 3, you've already seen that they've gone into a little diplet, our breakaway, a bowl if you like. They'll hit the bottom of that and start climbing again to a non-categorized Col de Reup that they will hit in a while. The wind's picking up, and some of the more open sections, indeed, well, it may well prove to be something of a challenge. I actually marked on the map those areas today which are likely to face a headwind. One comes with 56 kilometres to go, and another with 28 from the line, and both of which, if it's open ground, could well prove to be attack points. I guess we'll see. Spectacular geology in this part. It's very windswept, John, and we say there's not very many settlements as you get deeper into the Alps, and I think that's the essential difference between the Alps and the Pyrenees. I've always said in the Pyrenees, when people say what is the difference, you're never that far away from a sandwich in the Pyrenees, because essentially they're more habitated, lived in, because it being border country between the two great nations of Spain and France. But the Alps has always very much been a barrier, hasn't it? And not things that are easily crossed unless you're Hannibal with a few elephants.
Yeah, definitely true. As we just get confirmation there of that climb. Pesce coming through ahead of Pollitt, 2 and 1 points, all that's shared out on that occasion. But that's pretty much the fare that's going to be served up in the GPM for the rest of the day, apart from that last climb. Just taking another look at Pesce's move, which worked out rather well for him in the end. It is very, very different, but take you back to Super de Voluy, which you were criticising a little earlier on, and what I was going to say in his defence, like many alpine resorts, Sestriere is another one that springs to mind for me. They look very different under snow, so I think that Super de Voluy might perhaps have some saving attributes if it was covered in snow. Doesn't look so good against a backdrop of green and brown and yellow and ochre and blue and etc.
Yeah, I think it'll look really much better if they just raised it to the ground. But anyway, that's just me. It looks like a hive for human bees. There you go, I've had my piece. Rest in peace, that conversation. All the 8s, 3 fat ladies, as they used to call it, bingo. Who's going to pick up the big prize today, Sean? Are you going to do a long-range prediction?
Well, I think it's going to be down to the peloton. We can see the way the breakaway is going about their job here. They're, you know, starting to attack each other. We did see, you know, the man going there, Quinton Pache, going for the mountain classification points. I thought they would organise themselves. There's still time to do it, as we can see here, but, you know, Niels Pollitt needs to knock it off here and get organised again and try and just ride together and hold on to this advantage as much as possible. Pacher was going just for the prize money, and that was I was being over generous. It was €300 there for a third category climb, but yeah, it's not looking good when you see they started attacking each other. So I feel, yeah, it's going to be from the peloton. Who will that be? That is the big question, because you have to wait and see what way the GC men and their teams, you know, tackle this first mountaintop finish. Will they want to stamp their authority? And that will have a big outcome on the result if they do that.
Well, we have just got a mildly as you can see, separated breakaway. They're not going to do anything silly here, and indeed Nylance and Pollitt still remain from Israeli startup nation in that breakaway. But that gap, it's absolutely solid, isn't it, around the 3-minute mark. And yeah, the only thing about the chase that is foxing me at the moment is I'm just beginning to wonder whether De Koenig Quickstep are actually doing too much in terms of maintaining this gap. Obviously they're expected to do some work on behalf of the yellow jersey and Julien Alaphilippe. And the man Villemos up the road for AG Tour Le Mondial with brown shoulders in the breakaway is the danger. And around 3.5 minutes is his deficit overall. And they don't want anything silly to happen. However, it's easy on days like this, Sean, where the terrain's not too testy, to accidentally do too much as a team, isn't it?
Well, it is a difficult one because, you know, when you have to ride like this in the earlier part of the race, and especially today with the way the break was really putting it up there and pushing on big time, you know, it certainly, you know, put the team under a bit of more pressure. But when you're in the situation with race leader, and when you have a race leader like Alaphilippe, well then, you know, they believe in him, and I feel that they believe that he can take this jersey for a long ways into this race, and they're possibly thinking maybe of the overall win here in this race when we get to Paris, because, you know, we see that last year with Alaphilippe, and I feel with Alaphilippe, you know, he is going to be stronger as we get further into the race. He also had the experience, you know, that he gained last year when he was race leader, and all of those things can be very valuable to him as we go further into the race. And, you know, Quickstep, De Koenig Quickstep, they've just got to do it. But yeah, we can see the riders that are riding now. It's the two powerhouses of the team who are on the front, and, you know, those guys can ride all day on the front. We see, you know, big Tim de Klerk here. I think when he goes out training, he rides at this rate for 150 or 200 kilometers back in Belgium. Any day he's doing a big ride, so it's nothing new to do it on the front of the peloton for him. And, you know, Asgreen there as well, or Cavagna is the one who's up there. You know, those guys, they can do that with two riders from the team, control a 6-man breakaway. So I'm not concerned that they do too much. I think they can do that day after day. Those guys, you know, they're unbelievable powerhouses.
I'll stop worrying about them then, Sean, as we look back through and we see the colour order starting to be achieved here. And you can see that Groupama France Tijoux as well just want to be part of policing duties just in case Super Break goes away, and we've seen that in the past. On this kind of lumpy terrain, you can get caught out, Sean, if there's a sudden change of pace on one of these corners. And if you happen to be at the back, saw it with Chris Froome in the Welter, didn't we, a few years ago, you could be in serious trouble if the pace changes.
Yes, and we've just seen that a number of kilometres further down here, the road, you know, there was a shot of the rear end of the peloton. You could see the way the riders were just over on the right-hand side of the road, one line, and they were just trying to get that little bit of shelter from the rider in front of them. And you know, it was a side wind coming across from the left-hand side. You know, if a team started to drive it on, well then, if you're a long ways back in the peloton, so you always have to be careful, you know, on sections like this, because you never know what the other teams will try and do. But I think you know, the situation at the moment it's not looking good, because for the breakaway with Pollitt pushing on here and the others chasing, they're just kind of getting a bit unorganised at the moment.
That was an extraordinarily nasty corner. It's off camber, which means that due to having to keep the road dry, you often get this on mountains, you can't angle the road to help you round the corner, so there's no banking essentially built into the turn. And what that means is that water doesn't generally tend to collect on the inside of the curve, and so you have a compromise to make in terms of grip and indeed danger due to water collecting. And so what we've got is a very nasty turn there, and if they come through as a pack, that's going to hurt somebody, and I hope they get through it all right. I'm sure that it may well have, I didn't see a pennant man, but that was a really nasty curve, sheeting away as it does away from you as you take the right-hander. And you may have seen from the barriers there that they've been tested a few times, a few dinks and bends as well from heavier vehicles than these guys are piloting piloting at the moment, but it's just one of my natural worries, and I'm given to doing that. They're coming up the Col de Rioup at the moment. They'll go over the top of that and then start a much longer descent. We've got 84.9 kilometers of the day remaining. In a short while, we'll ring the changes a little bit. But these guys, I think we're going to hear from Landa. Keep your eyes on the small screen as we hear from Mikel Landa, principal, of course, for Bahrain McLaren in this race.
Hey, with Mikel Landa, leader of Bahrain McLaren. Mikel, hemos ya llevado un inicio del Tour muy
the start of the tour has been pretty difficult. How's the team doing now, would you say?
¿Qué está el equipo hasta ahora?
Bueno, el equipo
the team's been down because of Rafael Valls quitting. Valls has been hurt. He's recovering though, and we're trying to take it easy to save ourselves day by day.
Salvando día a día.
What's today's strategy? Are you going to try and lead, try and control, or are you going to follow?
Well,
we'll see what happens. Today's not the best day for us, but we'll try not to lose time against our rivals. How do you feel today? I'm feeling good, but well, the tour, there's a long way to go.
It is the Tour, and there is a long way to go. Just look at how spectacular the scenery is around here. Smooth surface as well, and thankfully today, no hint of rain. Absolutely glorious conditions to reach for a bike. Colder, Sean, than everyone expected at the top of our finish today. 17 Celsius. That's going to feel nippy.
Well, I think it's perfect conditions for biking. I know on the climb itself, when you get to the top, it's going to be a bit cooler, but that not will affect the riders because, you know, they will be just going up at such a rate that, you know, you will be able to keep very warm, even maybe a bit too warm if you're really hanging in there to the leading group of riders. So it's not a problem at all. And also it's coming from the earlier days where we had the wet conditions. I know it wasn't cold in the stages around Nice. If you had a big difference in climate where it gets really warm today, you know, it would make it a bit difficult to adjust. So dry conditions here, the temperatures, you know, not really high, but perfect conditions for biking. I don't think it will be any problem for the riders. Just going back there to Landa, talking about, you know, the stage today and that it's going to be a one. Will it be for the more climbers, or will it be for the more stronger, the rollers on this final climb? Stephen Rooks was talking also, he was picking out Yates for the stage. I think it's going to be more of the men that, you know, can really power up climbs, the guys that are, you know, really the stronger climbers, let's call them. I think if it's a battle between the GC men, I would take it that it would be some of those guys, and, you know, Roglic would be a one that I would feel that he could be a one, but you cannot, of course, count out Bernal and a lot of the other big favourites. But yeah, it's going to be a big battle, and it looks like it's going to be the battle as we forecasted between the main peloton, and will it be the GC riders that we will see in what, over 2 hours from now.
Well, it could be a fabulous punch-up between Alaphilippe and Primož Roglic. I think Sergio Higuita of EF Pro Cycling will be their chosen son today. So just back from his lunch is Rob Hadge. I suspect you didn't tuck into Waterland.
No, cheese sandwich.
Good lad. I do love the way you keep it simple.
I had a Magnum afterwards, if that helps. Well, we're missing the canteen, you see, this year, aren't we? Of course, we're all in different places. We're scattered around the continent instead of eating in, what is it normally? We're sort of put up in a field with a few benches and tables straight across. We've got that nice little counter where you get the bread and the cheese and the ham, and then you can choose your first and second course. I mean, we're missing a few things, aren't we, this year?
Do you know what? The Tour de France canteen is something absolutely remarkable. And the ASO, which also, incidentally, control the Dakar Rally. It was a wonder to me. I mean, you think it's impressive the way that they supply food to everybody. Fresh food, spectacularly so, all uphill and down dale. Can you imagine that in the middle of the desert? I've eaten a full 3-course meal with wine, courtesy of those boys, also an ASO project, the Dakar Rally, in Timbuktu. There you
How
go.
do they get the tables to stand up and the sand?
Carpets. It's a very good question, but yeah, carpets.
Amazing, amazing. Well, we had a little ice cream. I had to recreate the ice cream, so multi-pack of Magnums, there we go. And a coffee afterwards, so we're all ready to go again for the next hour or so. Colton will be back later on to call the finish today, as will Brian Smith. Sean, how are we going? I think Sean's disappeared on me.
I think we're having a good stage, considering, you know, the way the breakaway went away. And as I've mentioned with Carlton, the breakaway, they did push on a big raid, so it was a good thing, and it's meant that the pace has been high today, and it's good for our viewers certainly, and I'm enjoying it here at this stage, and it's going to be a spectacular final. And sometimes for the riders as well, I think Brian Smith said it yesterday, when you ride along at such a slow pace and then you have to make the effort in the end, as the sprinters had to do yesterday, you know, to wake up the legs, because you're riding for kilometre after kilometre at a really slow rate, and then suddenly you have to make that big effort in the final number of kilometres, and the sprint itself such an outright effort over a short distance. Some riders have difficulty doing that. They prefer to have a more stronger pace during the day. And for the climbers here, I think it was someone liking this pace, because it gets you ready for the final climb and a mountaintop finish, which is always very important. This pace is good for, I think, for a lot of the riders as well.
No chance for the break then today?
No, I don't think. The way the break has been working at the moment, over the last number of kilometres, they have been attacking each other, and they would have to stay solid and just keep together and try, keep that advantage. But we can see it's still just under the 3.5 minutes, but I can't see them being strong enough to to go on and have any chance of getting to the final mountain with a nice advantage. And let's not forget, this final mountain, you need to get onto the climb there probably with 2 minutes, 2.5. The rider like Viljamus, he's a real good climber, but still he would need that 2 minute plus advantage.
Yeah, he's a guy we've seen, he's the only guy that's in the breakaway who has a Tour de France stage to his name. And he's the guy that maybe 2 or 3, 4 years ago even you thought, oh yeah, he's a really, really dangerous rider, but doesn't seem to have quite been at the same level.
No, when he won his stage, of course, a number of years ago on Muur de Bretagne, it's more of a puncher sort of a finish up there, a short climb. He hasn't produced it, in the big 3-week tours on the long climbs. He doesn't seem to be consistent. Some days you can see him, he gets a long ways into the stage with the big favourites, but he's having problems, consistently doing that every day, and that's what you've got to do, to win any sort of a race. If it's a 3-week race or a week-long race, you have to be there every day, every moment when there is something happening. You have to be present, and that's, I think, his downfall. But certainly he's a good climber, because still there at 3 minutes 50 plus, he is a quality climber. But unfortunately this breakaway has not been allowed enough advantage to give him any hope for stage victory.
Hasn't won since the start of last season, Alexis Viljamus, when he won the Drôme Classique. 76 kilometres still to go. Kasper Asgreen to the front. Jumbo-Visma up there as well. Those killer wasps that Richie Porte was talking about, the Dauphiné. A lot of people really intrigued to see how they take it up today, what their attitude will be. I think you mentioned it earlier, Sean, talking about the way that the Ineos Grenadiers, when they were Sky a few years ago, used to really attack, lay a marker down on the first mountain stage. And everything else that Jumbo-Visma seemed to have done in the last few years has been following what was the Team Sky model. And I suppose one of the last bits of the puzzles today will be to see if they go in the same way. I'm really, really anticipating it.
Yes, it will be very interesting to see, will they try and do that, although I have a little bit of doubt they'll try it today. They might say, well, if we show our hand too much and we put Primož Roglič into the race leadership, well then it's going to be a lot of pressure on us. So they will be thinking, let's hold off a bit if we can, but it's also difficult in a mountaintop finish because there's so much happening, and you get involved when the other favourites, some of the other favourites go to an attack of 2 or 3 riders, then there's a reaction, or you have to react yourself. You know, you get into that racing mode and you're just focused on winning, and that's what those guys, you know, are about. When you're in there, you just think about winning a stage, winning that race, and you know, you just focus on the moment and on that final climb. So it all depends what the other big teams do, the other favourites do, and if we see them starting to get involved, well then, you know, we could see that battle between a number of the big favourites. And if you're there with the big favourites, you know, you're going to try and do your best. And if a stage wins up for grabs, you know, you do not hesitate. You just go for it and give it your 100%.
If you want to attack today, by the way, there is a howling tailwind towards the finish. That always helps. The talk is as well that the climb, it's categorized at, what, 7.1 kilometers at 6.7%, the final climb to Orsières-Merlette. Of course, we've talked about it being this one that Sean knows with his days in the time trial, and Stephen Brooks, who we heard from with Ola Chenoy. It's going to be really interesting to see how it goes, because I know that you're climbing basically for the final 15 kilometers. It's already at 6% there, so I don't know why it's not part of the classified part of the climb, but it's certainly climbing.
Yes, well, it's a climb that I think is for, you know, the more the power climbers. So it's going to be an interesting one. With the tailwind as well, it's going to be an interesting one, as you say, Rob. That can change as well the tactic of teams in that final kilometres.
Welcome back to all of you watching on the television. Sisteron to Orsières-Merlette, stage 4 of the Tour de France. Those who've been watching on the GCN Race Pass or on Eurosport.com got away without seeing the commercial break. Why don't you get on the online, investigate, sign up, you can stay with us all day long. 25 seconds then for Nils Pollitt. The rest of the breakaway behind chasing him. Really interesting rider, Nils Pollitt. So gifted, but he's going to be moving teams in the winter. Seems to have gone a heck of a lot since Dirk de Mol moved over to the Israel Startup Nation to look after him. And he's going to Bora Hansgrohe. You talked about Peter Sagan maybe not being the same fast finisher as he used to be, Sean. Pollitt's a really strong addition to the Classics unit there, isn't he?
He certainly is. I think the Classics, that's where his forte point is, and it's going to be an interesting one, moving team. He's a rider, I think, you know, you need to have a bit of control over him in the race, because I feel he makes efforts when, you know, it's a time where you should maybe wait back and, you know, just play the waiting game and then try something a bit later. So he needs a bit of guidance, but he's definitely a real strong rider, and you can see here, even over this sort of terrain, you know, the power this guy has got, but he's definitely, you know, a big Classics man for the future. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting one when he moves over, you know, to Bora. I think there, you know, he might be maybe a bit more control of him, and I think that would be a good thing. But he's definitely has good performance in the last years and a future for the Classics, certainly, and for stage wins as well. I think, you know, he's capable of winning stage wins in the big tours.
Nils Pollitt there with his teammate sitting on behind, Chris Neylands, and 11 seconds of a gap. Well, our next classified climb comes up in around 10 kilometers time. But as you can see there, left and right, winding roads up and down. I heard about me going for my lunch. Colton Kirby's gone for his. What's Jonathan Harris-Bass cooking for all you lot at home?
Hi, Rob. Well, cooking today, very little cooking involved, in fact. I mean, a tiny little bit of cooking, but I've done a truffle chocolate gâteau torte, which I thought it was time that we had something dessert orientated, and so that's exactly what I've gone for. And I'm pretty pleased with it, it has to be said, and I'm hoping that everyone else will be. It's a relatively, it sounds very much more impressive than it is what I would have to say, as we take a look at just the exact state of play in today's stage with Nils Pollitt and all of the riders chasing him at present. And we probably swing round and see where the peloton are at some point, but not quite yet. For the base of this, you'll need a large white egg, some sugar and some cocoa powder to make a nice chocolate meringue, and then for the filling, dark chocolate, some dark rum, some golden syrup, or mélasse as it is known in French, double cream, and it's one of these ones which you just have to make your meringue, which involves a bit of whisking up and just making sure that you don't over egg it, for want of a better pun, and then once you've got your meringue base, you can make the filling, which involves lots of lovely cream and chocolate and syrup and rum, and then you're just going to pour that on top. You're going to stick it in the fridge overnight. It will set, and you can dust a little bit of cocoa over the top, and it's a beautiful dessert. It's also equally good for goûter in the middle of the afternoon, and it's just a slightly decadent dessert that I've done today. You can find that at fancularmedia.wordpress.com, or you can go on to Twitter at Jono_HB is my Twitter handle, where you'll be able to find the recipes, all of the recipes for this year's tour, or you can go to Rob's Twitter handle, or Sean's, or Brian's, or Carlton's, and I'm sure they've all retweeted it religiously, as they do every day, because they're desperate for me to cook for them.
I've just had my finger on the retweet button as you were doing that. Rob Hatch TV, if you want to see Jonathan's recipe. Now then, 3 minutes 8 here. We're getting reports out the back that there's a few riders who've crashed in the last few days, really suffering, I think. One of them is David de la Cruz. Another is Wout Poels. Broken rib, damaged lung. Not an easy day, and it's only going to get harder, I guess. Here we go. Back of the race, David de la Cruz is not too far away. In the meantime, though, Tadej Pogacar is coming back. Looks as though there's been some sort of mechanical. Has a little help on the way back as well. Marco Marcato's helping him back. Nils Pollitt's about to have company again. Interesting group this today. So Tish Benoot going for stages. And we were wondering about the composition of the Sunweb team before. And Tish Benoot moving over from Lotto Soudal, you wondered if they were going to see how far he'd get in a 3-week race, but he's lost a lot of time straight away. Stages is, of course, what he will be going for at 18 minutes down. Michael Matthews leaving during the winter. Romain Bardet is going to join. Another team that's going to be interesting to see how they form up over the winter again. And I suppose with the way this season's been, it's all going to come at us rather quickly, isn't it, Sean? Somewhere they're going to look different again next year.
Yes, certainly are. A lot of movement there, and yes, it's a surprising one to see Romain Bardet going there. When that news was rumoured in the beginning, I was saying to myself, you know, that can't be possible, that, you know, a Frenchman going there, but it's happening, and it's going to be a change. And from the team, what way are they going to work with Bardet? Is it going to be maybe for the smaller short races, you know, the week-long races, or will they still try and concentrate on the Tour with him, or will they try and do one-day races? Because, you know, let's not forget Bardet, he's had some very good results in one-day races, so, you know, maybe they might try and focus on that a bit more.
Is that what you'd do with him? What were you looking at Bardet, and you imagine you're the manager of the team? What would you try to win with him first? Because he always seems like a guy who has the ability, but maybe lacks a little bit of confidence sometimes.
Yes, I think what I would do if I was a director sportif, I would, you know, first of all, the early part of the season, I would focus on some of them classics which suit him, and you know, he has performed well in quite a number of the classics. Then use him in the shorter stage races, you know, like a Paris-Nice or a Tour of Basque Country, those sort of events. Get stages and possibly the overall classification. And then in the Tour of France, use him for stages only. But I don't think for GC in the big tours, I wouldn't have, you know, the confidence that he would be able to get up there to any place where you get a lot from him, meaning in the top 3 or 5 places. Because, you know, with a Bardet, when you go out of the top 5 places, well then I don't think there's a lot of value in him, because I think he's not a cheap rider. He's going to be a costly one on the Sunweb team budget-wise, because so you have to, you know, make sure you get your value as much as possible out of him and work your programme, your calendar in that way.
Yeah, he's done the finishing high on GC thing before, hasn't he, without winning it. He's a 3-time stage winner. He's finished on the GC podium twice, 3rd and 2nd. So, like you say, what value does a top 10 have? He's better off maybe losing time and going for a stage and trying to win a Liège, maybe.
Yes.
You're watching live coverage of stage 4 of the Tour de France here on the GCN Race Pass and on Eurosport. Remember, you can catch the breakaway every evening. That's with Brad Wiggins, Dan Lloyd, Ola Chenouille and the rest. Are you on tonight, Sean?
No, I'm not on tonight. I have a rest night. Rest day after.
Saving you for the big day today, tomorrow. Well, we'll have Brian Smith with his touchscreen analysing, I'm sure, how it's gone today. Remember to check out on the Eurosport player and on GCN Race Pass for that later on. All strung out still. It's a fairly quick day so far today. 2 minutes 58. Been treated to some beautiful rural landscape. Away from our city centre start and finishes of Nice at the weekend. And there's a conversation between Chris Nélons, the former Latvian national champion, and Nils Pollitt, the German behind him. This is Quentin Pacher, Papache, as they like to call him in the team. And at the back, second youngest rider in the race, Mathieu Bourgaudot. Rides for Total Direct Energy. Only Maxime Chevalier is younger. Here's another young GC contender, Superman Miguel Ángel López.
López joins us now from Team Astana. Miguel Ángel, ¿cómo estás tus formas en estos días?
Miguel Ángel, how are you doing these days? I'm feeling better, thanks. I've recovered from those opening days. I'm feeling better, definitely. And I want to be up with the best riders in the finish today.
¿Qué querías hacer hoy?
What's your strategy for the stage? To try and hold on for as long as possible, trying to be up there at the finish with those best riders.
¿Quién son los compañeros muy fundamentales para usted?
Who are the most important teammates to support within the team?
Cada uno de mis compañeros.
Well, they're all important. Each of them has a different role to play. Yesterday I had support from Gorka Izaguirre and Luis Leon Sanchez and Omar Fraile. Also Hugo Hull. Then during the upcoming stages, I'm sure they'll all play their role. Harold Teada and Jon Izaguirre as well. Is today a good opportunity for you, or are you not going to try anything?
¿Para hacer algo o tienes que esperar un poco?
Well,
today is a good opportunity for not losing anything, not losing time. But if we can win some, of course, it's going to be better.
Muchísimas gracias.
Vale.
Little bit in a split in the bunch behind with riders getting back on behind the team car there we just saw. Keep an eye on that with 66 kilometers to go. And at the front of the race, it's Azure des Ella Mondial's turn to try and get away, and Alexis Vuillermoz just taking 100 meters or so. 2:51 in front of the peloton. Pogačar getting back in from that mechanical, listed at 3:24 there. We just saw a big group getting back in behind a car. No panic, you imagine, though, for Pogačar yet, Sean, because he had a teammate with him and a really experienced one as well, Marco Marcato, and it looked as though there was quite a big group getting back in.
Yes, well, I think they were getting good pacing from the team cars there. We could see the riders just on the bumper of the team car, up ahead as well, possibly another group, and I don't know, was that the main peloton, but certainly a big split there, and we did see that where they were side winds there a bit, and they were hanging in the right-hand gutter, a lot of the riders further back, and you know, if you're a bit further back as a rider in the GC, that is a danger zone to be in, and you know.
Oh yeah, here we go.
See, there's a number of groups here in between the cars, but no barrage. You know, the commissaire hasn't stopped the cars, which is a good thing. So it's going to make it a bit more easier for these groups to make it back to the main peloton.
Yeah, social media just blown up there saying, are they all going to be fine for sitting on that team car? Well, something's happened further back. We wonder whether it's the wind or mechanical. We've been busy looking at the breakaway and looking at these beautiful bits of scenery. But obviously, people getting back in as we go to the Lac de Sauté, John.
Yes, Rob, Le Lac de Sauté, just another one of these beautiful lakes in the locale. We've got the Drac River and the Sèvres River both flowing towards it. I'm going to use this opportunity, if you don't mind, just bring to everyone's attention, those following on the GCN path, a number of interactive polls that you can be involved in. Make sure you go on and vote on those. And the current one is, would it be possible to win Le Tour on a €1,000 bike? Well, I mean, Sean's probably got an answer for that, and so have you, Rob. But do you think it would be possible or not? Go and vote if you can. That's on the interactive coverage with GCN.
Sean Kelly.
Certainly. I think, you know, if you have a talented rider on a €1,000 bike, you could win the Tour. It would be, it would be the minimum you would spend. Yeah, you'd have to get very good deals to build up your bike, so you might end up buying your frame, as a lot of amateur riders do. They like doing that. They purchase a frame when there's a special offer on, then the group sets the wheels, they buy all these different parts, and they either build up themselves or they get somebody to build it for them, and you can, you know, get very good bargains when you get later into the season. But €1,000, it is getting a bit slim to build a bike that you could ride a big 3-week tour on. But definitely, I'd not say it's not possible. But yeah, it would be certainly the very, very minimum you could do it.
What would you be looking at? Weight is the biggest issue? Drivetrain, electric, manual? What would be the difference?
Well, definitely the drivetrain, the manual, that would be something you would probably have to go for, because electronic shifting is a bit more expensive. So that would be something I think it would be out of your range at that budget. And then, you know, the brand of wheels and, you know, the brand of bike as well. And I talked yesterday or 2 days ago about that. People ask me when I go to events, you do, you know, a sport event or copper events, what is the best bike, you know, what's the best brand of bike at the moment? And I say, well, there's a lot of them out there. You know, you could make out maybe 10 or 12 brands of bikes which would be pretty much equal, but of course, you know, the known brands are something that the people go for. The riders that are riding in the Tour of France, the big names that are riding on those bikes, you know, they get a lot of exposure. So naturally, it's all about marketing. Those people go for those bikes, but there's so many good bikes out there now. When you go back 25 years ago, when I started, you know, you had a number of bikes, you know, maybe 5 or 6 brands of bikes maximum, and, you know, that was it. There was nothing else. And the same goes for wheels now. You have so many very good brands of wheels as well out there, you know, and you can get very good bargains, and, you know, get a very good bike for, you know, a very, very small price.
Thanks, Sean. You can get voting, as Jonathan said, on the GCN app. On to what is, on paper at least, the easiest of our 5 categorised climbs. This is the Côte de Corps, 2.2 kilometres long. 8% average here, but it's down in the 5 and 6s over the course of the 2.2 kilometres. 2.5 minutes is the gap, and our 7 riders are back together. Or 6 riders, I should say. It looks as though finally, just looking from those images while you were giving us that wonderful explanation there, Sean, that I think the peloton is back together, and of course we're doing our best with this because unfortunately we haven't had too many images of the bunch since those splits happened. But it looked as though everybody had got back on that little bit of a descent.
Yes.
Things pretty calm behind as well, aren't they, Sean? Sorry.
Yes, you could see that they were getting back to the little shots we got of the main peloton. We could see there from the heli that it looked like the cars were being pulled over, so it seemed like everybody was getting back into the main peloton.
And there was a rider having a natural break there, just on the right-hand side of the road, so things are pretty calm, you imagine. There's certainly no panic about any wind or anything maybe over this hill. Everything is pretty calm, and as we've been building up as well, from around this point on, we change direction, and it becomes more of a tailwind towards the finish. .63 kilometres to go. Just 1 point available at the top, by the way, in the King of the Mountains competition here. But we know that every point counts in what is a long-running competition. I mean, halfway through last year, who'd have said that Romain Bardet was going to win it? That was a really late assault to the line. And the single point is going to be taken by the rider from B&B Hotels, Vital Concept. And it is Quentin Pacher.
And no change in the mountain classification, of course, today, because our leader here is a solid advantage and minimum points for the king of the mountains here. But the green jersey, we did see that final sprint, or that intermediate sprint, sorry, between the fast men and Sam Bennett taking quite a number of points. So he becomes equal on points with Sagan. But Sagan, of course, looking at the rules, and we were getting from our colleagues, from yourself and Brian there, it looks like that it's stage winners and intermediate sprint wins. So it looks like Sagan will hold on to the green jersey. I was hoping that, you know, Sam might just move into the green jersey leadership this evening, but it looks like Sagan is going to hold on to green.
Would that have been the first Irishman to be in the green jersey since your good self?
I reckon so.
I would go so with that as well. Unless we've had maybe something in the early part of a tour, but yeah, I couldn't think of anybody else. 83 points each for Peter Sagan and Sam Bennett. I'll tell you what though, whilst Brian and I were having our faces buried there in the rule book and exchanging messages and trying to text you guys what we thought was going on as well, I was just intrigued and quite excited actually to see that we are really shaping up for a proper green jersey fight for the first time in donkey's years, aren't we? Because you look down, 83 points each at the moment for Bennett and Sagan, as we said. And then 3 points behind, you've got Christophe, who started off well. Not too far, you've got the likes of Trentin, who's looking good in the intermediate sprints, as we get 1 point confirmation for Pacher in the King of the Mountains competition. You've got Nizzolo close as well. This could be a really interesting competition as a nice subplot to the GC.
Yes, certainly. For the moment, it's looking interesting, and let's hope it continues for a long time into this race, because Sagan, you know, if you go back in the last number of years, there was some times where he was so far ahead after 10 days of racing that it was over, and you know, there was nobody going to get near him. So that would be a good thing, that we have, you know, a number of riders challenging him here, and that goes on for quite a long ways in this race, and hopefully into the final week.
Time to take on some sustenance behind. Hands up going up for team cars. There's Warren Barguil, part of a really strong Arcaire Samsic team, and they're another team to watch today. Nairo Quintana is going to want to finish with everybody else. Even if it's not him attacking, then he'll have all the support in the mountains that he'll be hoping for. Sean was saying there's going to be no change in the polka dot jersey standings. Certainly not in the terms of who wears the jersey, and that's going to mean that it's yet another day for AG Desert Mondial in the mountains jersey. That's going to be 8 of the last 9 tour stages. It'll date back to last year when Romain Bardet had the lead in the final 4 stages. Of course, there's another former winner of that competition. That's when he was at Sunweb. I think it was his last year at Sunweb, by the way. He won that polka dot jersey. That was a French win that everybody really got behind, wasn't it? Some real panache in some of the performances there. And I think that's when we last saw Warren Barguil at his very best. There have been more encouraging signs this year, and we're hoping that he can play a good foil to Nairo Quintana, because we've all been talking about Bernal, we've all been talking about Roglic, maybe even Pogacar on debut, little chat about EF. But Nairo Quintana is there, and he's in the form that we haven't seen him in for the last 4 or 5 years. Through the town of Caux on the way. And after that little bit of excitement of the split in the bunch, and we heard stories of De La Cruz and Pouls struggling out the back, everything seems to have bunched together again. Easy stage for those guys. They've already reached the KOM. Can't quite see who's in the yellow jersey though. Under 60 Ks to go now. Again, short descent here. Up and down all the way until we get to the final 20 Ks or so. We've got a little bit of false flat, dearie me. More than false flat there. Jonathan, I'm worried for him.
Yeah, I'm not very good with heights, Rob. So
look away then.
I actually don't know whether I could look at that. I really don't. Oh.
Tell us about that lake instead.
Don't do
dear.
that
Turn
to
your mic
me.
off. Go and grab a coffee, mate.
I don't need to see that. Well, he's brave lad. Well done. He looks pretty well balanced, and all the various security ropes intact, so hopefully he's going to be okay. I think in a minute we're going to see Our Lady of La Salette Sanctuary, so I might talk a little more about that and hope that this chap isn't going to have to be saved by the nuns.
Well, you can watch uninterrupted each and every day on this Tour de France on the GCN Race Pass or on Eurosport.com. Those of you who weren't watching on our digital methods have just missed a, well, nervous-looking tightrope walk. Not quite as nervous here, thankfully. Nice wide roads, quick descent this. And the gap at 2:34, still well in control by the peloton, you would say. And here they are. It's been the same control all day long. We've had Rémi Cavagna, Tim de Klerk, who Sean was talking up and quite rightly so early on, and Kasper Asgreen. I think we've just about got used to him wearing the Danish flag and not Michael Merkel. In yellow behind, Julien Alaphilippe, still riding for the Koenig Quick-Step and not Jumbo-Visma, despite the yellow jersey. He is, for I think the 16th time in his career now, the leader of the Tour de France. He's racking up those days. Still the national champion of Kazakhstan is Alexei Lutsenko. Not quite sure when they're going to have the national championships this year. They didn't take place when a few of the European championships took place the other week. I wonder how his Spanish is. I was saying yesterday it's a Spanish-speaking squad really for Astana, minus Ugo Uhl and Alexei Lutsenko. I think the main language of the team, however, is Italian and always has been. Let's go to Brad Wiggins, see what his take is with 55 Ks to go.
$56K to go. We've just gone over the second categorised climb of the day. This break doesn't look like it's going to go to the finish. You can see now it's really strung out the peloton. Jumbo-Visma, once again, that statement of intent I've been talking about for the last few days. Sitting, placed second behind the Koenig Quick-Step. Ineos have now moved up as well. They're sat about 4 or 5 teams back just behind Movistar. About 2 hours of racing now to go. As I said, it's first summit finish of this year's Tour de France. The big leaders now, Roglic, Tom Dumoulin, Bernal, these guys, they'll be getting a good sense of how they're feeling. The weather's good. We're 4 days into the Tour de France. The racing's been pretty hard up to this point. They'll be the teammates of those big hitters. They'll be now dropping back for bottles, little bits of food, gels and that, just making sure their leaders are all well placed going into that last hour of racing really, because the big leaders probably predominantly try and keep 1 bottle at one time during this fear. You wouldn't want 2 bottles on, just for that, the psychological approach, carrying 2 bottles, extra weight. It's not much, but it's just every little bit helps now. It's just all that mental game in these stages, just that waiting to that last 30 kilometres until we hit the lower slopes of the final climb. That's about it for now. We'll probably come back to me at some point as we get close to the finish, but I'll hand you back to the commentary team.
Thanks, Brad. Really interesting point about the drinks and the bidons there. Sean, when you were riding and winning left, right and centre in the 1980s in particular, how easy was it to be fed on water? Was it like today where you sent a guy back and he'd come back with 10 bidons stuffed down his jersey and you get it nice and quickly, or you could choose to keep 1 or 2? Was it just as easy back then, or have things improved in terms of protecting leaders nowadays?
Well, pretty much the same as it is today. When it's going easy, there's loads of guys will go back for bottles and they'll come up with 10 or 12 bottles, but when the racing is on, then they're not as forthcoming to go back to the car. And it's the real good domestics, as they'll go back at any time during the stage. When it's really full-on racing, or maybe when it's a little bit up and down, lumpy stuff, they still can do that. But in general, it's the same. You just go back to the rear of the peloton, you put up your hand, but now, of course, you have the radios, which you can radio back to your team director, but you still have to put up your hand, because the team director and the team manager, he has to get a call from race organisation, from the car behind, to say that Jumbo-Visma car needed, or whatever team it is, whatever rider it is, and they call the team car up, and then you're allowed to come up, but you still have to stay behind the race commissar or the director's car, the red car we've seen here behind the peloton. So you have to do that, and then if it's going full-on racing or pretty fast racing, you have to make way up through the peloton with a pocket full and a neck full of fresh bottles, where if you're in the breakaway, when you see the car comes up, and you're allowed to feed right at the back of the breakaway here, or 6 riders, the team car can come up, it can go in front of the team director or the commissar's car right behind the breakaway. So in the peloton it's much more difficult to get fresh drinks, where when you're in the breakaway it's easy. It's a free bar all day.
Free bar sounds good, and Chris Nalons is going to try and take advantage of that. In the meantime, they're still kicking lumps out of each other in the breakaway.
Yes, they're riding very well here, and so disappointing that they got a bit unorganised at a moment when they started attacking each other, and Wood Rider going off the front, he getting caught, and we did see it was Quentin Pacher who went for the GP, but you understand that you allow a rider just to go out there, and then you get back together and you get organised again. But they were disorganised for quite a while, but now they're riding real strong again, and that's good to see, because they're going to hold out front for a long time more.
Tish Benoot there in the white, looking around. Alexis Vuillermoz in the brown, white and light blue of AG de Zella Mondiale. Citroën going to be joining them next year. Bit of a bigger budget, and it's going to look like a classics team really, AG de Zella Mondiale. Not sure if the GC hopes will be left in ruins. What about this, John?
Well, this is the chateau of Les Diguières, the ruins of a chateau built in 1580 by François de Bonne, the Duke of Les Diguières. He was the constable and the marshal of France and leader of the Protestants, a great figure in the history of Champsaur. And the Duke was quite a cruel man, didn't hesitate to make women and children work on the site in addition to his own soldiers, and despite all of their hard work required to build this, Les Diguières only slept there for a couple of nights. King Louis XIII, he spent a single night there on February the 23rd, 1629. One wonders why the French Revolution happened. Well, there's an example.
Wasn't well used, was it? Booking system mustn't have been very efficient.
Not an Airbnb.
No, I was waiting for you to go there. Let's go here instead. Oh, what a contrast.
Well, this is the aforementioned Our Lady of La Salette Sanctuary, which is the second biggest Catholic pilgrimage destination in France after Lourdes. The Virgin Mary said to have appeared here in the guise of a crying woman on September the 19th, 1846 to 2 children, Maximine Giraud and Mélanie Clavat. And that spurred a story which just became enormous throughout the whole of France. Several inquiries were held into it. Philippe de Bruyère, the Bishop of Grenoble, appointed a committee to investigate the event, and after several miraculous healings occurred on La Salette, pilgrimages began, and it was certified as an official appearance of the Virgin Mary on November the 16th, 1851.
Well, those who crashed on day one might be looking for a miraculous healing with the first mountaintop finish coming up. These are the guys they're chasing. 6 riders still in the break, just under 3 minutes the gap. Whatever happens towards the end now, we're coming to the business end of today's race. You can find out all of the reaction, all the expert opinion on this evening's breakaway. You'll find that on the GCN Race Pass and the Eurosport Player. Brad Wiggins will be there, Ola Chenouille, Dan Lloyd and Brian Smith as well. And the Bradley Wiggins Show, also out periodically throughout this Tour de France, wherever you get your good podcast from, hosted of course by Graham Wilgoss. Not too much change at the front. Still the Koenig Quick-Step, still the same 2 riders, and behind the defending champion waits Egan Bernal, the Ineos Grenadiers, and there's his bodyguard, Luke Rowe. Came wonderfully active towards the end. Brian Smith was lauding his work as they approached the sprint yesterday. And towards the back of the bunch there, and maybe having just gone back to the car as Sean was explaining. Dylan van Baarle not too far away. The Ineos Grenadiers have turned up with another tweak to their name, another kit change. Some serious difference in personnel this year, but yet again with the defending champion. Just one of the teams this year, though, tipped to fight for the title over the next 3 weeks. Is he the sole leader? How's Richard Carapaz? All part of the intriguing build-up. We wondered where Sivakov would be as well, because he'd been in great form, but crashes on day one has meant that his approach to the Tour de France is perhaps different than it was going to be. John, have we time for more castle action?
The Elby Chateau, this one was built in the 13th century, home of the Elby family, the lords of Aubessagnon and Chauffeur, since the 14th century. They built a canal to sort of irrigate the land around here. Nowadays, it's a luxury hotel with a gourmet restaurant as well.
Sean, the wind's changing direction here.
It is. We can see there's a little bit of a niche along the front, and the way the riders are riding across the road from right to left, you can see that there's a bit of wind there, and you know, the peloton is stretched out, not as much as we have seen a bit further when there was a number of splits back in the peloton, but it's certainly times for anybody that's suffering from an injury or you're not on a good day where you're going to feel this sort of terrain from here in. It's, you know, getting lumpy now, and you know, the pace is still quite high. Koenig Quick-Step have to keep this pace because up front they are pushing on once again, and this is going to be the way it's going to go all the way to the finish now. And it's an interesting one. How long will the breakaway hold on out front? We will see some of the bigger teams coming to the front as we get closer to the final climb, and the pace will go just one way, and that's upwards from here on in.
And we're inside the final 50 kilometers now. 2 minutes 36. That was Michał Kwiatkowski we had a look at behind. And these two faces are going to become very familiar to you, if they aren't already, over the next 3 weeks. Left-hand side, Rémi Cavagna. Right-hand side, Tim de Klerk. Off for a very quick commercial break on our television platforms. Those of you watching on digital, you've made the right choice. Uninterrupted all day. As John Harris-Bass was saying as well, you can react interactively. GCN app, get on the Race Pass or on Eurosport.com. Spread the word. I think the brand new World of Cycling show's out as well today. So if you're watching on the Race Pass, you know where to go. Very, very close. In fact, it should be right next to the Tour de France link that you clicked on today. Reliably informed that John Herity is this week's guest. powerful rider, isn't he, Nils Pollitt? Took one turn there, had another go. No one else riding through. Looks as though they are on a downhill section at least. Holding the gap fairly well, but I suppose it's worth remembering that they're still up against the same two riders. It's funny, we often marvel, don't we, about how strong a breakaway group is. But we really should give credit, and more credit, to those chasing on behind, because, again, Sean quite rightly pointed out, wonderful engines. De Klerk in particular, and Cavagna, who's getting there. Still a young rider, insanely talented. Gap falls below 2.5 minutes for the first time in a long time now. Well, still to come. 3 more categorized climbs. And we're 12 kilometers from the summit of our next climb. That is the Côte de Loulanier. After that, the Côte de Saint-Léger-les-Mélèzes. Inside 20 kilometers there. Very quick, short descent. And 15 kilometers climbing to the finish at Orsières-Merlette. 1,800 meters above sea level. And a very, very steep couple of last kilometers. Certainly the last K&a-half. Hairpin galore to the top two. Welcome back, everybody. A thank you to everybody who's helped get France through the recent lockdown. Farmers doing their bit. Looks like the farmers are thanking themselves there. We thank you for watching with Eurosport and the GCN Race Pass. Remember, you can watch uninterrupted on the GCN Race Pass or on Eurosport.com. And if you want to watch the breakaway tonight, I highly recommend you do. Rod Ellingworth is going to be on the show. Remember, he is the new boss of the Bahrain McLaren team. Been in his post for about a year now. 6 months since he took direct control day to day. He's going to be talking to Olo Chenouille on the breakaway this evening. Brad Wiggins will be there as well. Lloydie and Smithy too. That is on the GCN Race Pass and on the Eurosport player. Attention back to these guys. 45 kilometers to go. Marveling at how hard they've been working. How long can they last here, Sean?
Well, I think they're going to go a long ways. 45 kilometers to go. They're really working well together here, and they seem to have understood or got orders from the director sportives. Maybe the director sportives that are in the cavalcade here, said to each other back there, well, no, let's get organised and just, all work well together, because that attacking and one guy going off the front, that was crazy stuff. It was like something the junior races would be doing. So now you can see, they're pushing along at a very, very fast rate. They're looking good at the moment, and now the Coney Quickstep are going to have to up it a bit more to keep this one under control. 2.5 minutes, but again, it's always going to be difficult for them. But sometimes, the break can really put up a real strong battle, and if everybody up here is really good and they're on a good day, then they could put a bit more difficulty into the Coney Quickstep guys before we get to the final climb. But going on to the final climb, of course, is going to be the killer, because the action will have to kick off. But you have to give it a go here. You're out in the breakaway, and it's an opportunity for all of those guys.
What's to come then towards the end today? We've sent our expert on the ground up to have a look. Here is Mr. Bernie Eisel.
I'm here about 19 kilometers from the finish on the col there. I can't say it, sorry for that. But it's a nice climb, 3Ks. pretty much straightforward, a nice tailwind up here, followed by a really nice descent. But the action actually will happen over there on the Col de l'Olanière, 3 kilometer long climb, where the last kilometer is a bit steeper, but the top is actually not the top. It's followed by a plateau and little kickers for about another 5 kilometers. And there the road really narrows. And this is when we will see all the GC teams coming to the front to protect their leaders and to stay at front, not to take any risk. The good thing is, after that, when you're really at the top of the Col de l'Olanière, the road opens up and is followed by a really nice descent, 2 switchbacks, and it's really fast.
Some insight towards the finish there from Bernie Eisel. Talk of really fast. In fact, everybody I've spoken to, all the spies who've got on the ground this year, of course, we're stuck away from France in this strangest of strange years. Everyone I've spoken to, Sean, has mentioned the tailwind, and it looks as though we're in for a full gas finish.
Yes, we could see there when Bernie Eisel was just talking, the wind very, very strong. You can see the flags the way they're just straight. So it's going to be a rapid final. And, you know, with this sort of terrain as well, it's going to make it a bit nervous because the climbs in the end here, you know, it's up and down all the time. And that's where you need to be in the front. But we have already seen on the front of the peloton, you know, you could see the Koenig Quick-Step, then you could see Jumbo-Visma, Movistar up there, Ineos Grenadiers. They were also present. And, you know, just a line of 7 riders, if not total team up front from everybody, and I think that tells that it's, you know, starting to really get fast here, and it's a final that you have to be very much present on the 4. The wind conditions, as we've seen, it's a little bit changing up to now, but when we get the tailwind, this will be a rapid final.
It's building up, it's getting exciting, and the tension is rising already. These guys have played their part today. They've kept the pace nice and quick. They've really fought, and they've just planted the seed of doubt in everybody's mind behind. Really strong riders, and of course a Tour de France stage winner among them in Vuillermoz. And as I said right at the start of the day with Brian, there's a couple of guys at least in this group who you'd be surprised if they got to the end of their career and they hadn't won a Tour de France stage. I'm thinking of Benoot and Pollitt in particular, maybe even somebody like Chris Neylands. Really good riders. Even though they might not have the gap they want here to contest it today, they're going to give it a try. One man who didn't have a hope in you-know-where yesterday was Jérôme Cousin. He got out there and, well, we saw a lot of his face, didn't we? Got those locks wet and got them blow-dried on the way to Sisteron. Today is the most combative rider 24 hours ago. Wears that red number on his back. Things have slowed up a little here. We know what's coming. Just keeping them at 2:26. We've got 3 categorized climbs to come and the first mountaintop finish already in this 107th Tour de France. I think, Sean, this is the earliest big mountain test since something like 1992.
Yes, it goes back a long time. I think when we started in San Sebastian and we went into the Pyrenees very quickly, that was the last one which you could, you know, compare to this year's Tour de France. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting final because, as always, you know, mountaintop finishes, they're always interesting ones, and it's going to be a good one to see who is, you know, really up for it. If we do have pretty aggressive racing, will we see some of the favourites maybe showing a little bit of weakness, showing little cracks? And if you're not at your best and they do really race fast up the final climb, well, then you can get cut out and you're always in danger of losing a bit of time, which nobody wants if you're challenging at all for any place in the overall standings.
Summit finishes to Orsières-Merlette, Grand Colombier, Villard-de-Lans, Méribel and La Planche des Belles Filles. It's a mountainous tour. It's a welterfied tour, if you like, as Thibaut Pinot stretches out, but not a whole host of big 6-hour mountain tests. No Tourmalet, no Alpe d'Huez. It's a different tour this year. Lots of GC days, ultimate concentration and consistency required. Plenty of potential for the battle to change, for good days and for bad days. Nobody wants any of the latter so early in the race. Eyes on Bardet and the rest. Astana there with Miguel Angel Lopez. Emmanuel Buchmann said to be going very well, despite his crash and his problems. Even had it suggested to me that he might be better off for having crashed and had to have a few days off the bike, and that came from a teammate of his. Keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes on this. Just over 40 kilometres to go. It's time to get very serious indeed. So Sean Kelly and me, Rob Hatch, will take our leave. To talk you through to the finish, it's hello again to Brian Smith and Carlton Kirby.
Thank you, Rob. Interesting what you were saying there about just how on the ball everyone has to be during this year's tour. It seems it's been designed, doesn't it, to just engender that little bit of stress. And you look at the faces, Rob, of those who are following on at the moment, and everyone looks extraordinarily focused, don't they?
They certainly do, and I think, as Sean was saying, there'll be a lot of talk from directeurs sportifs. They'll be being told now what we're seeing. Côte de l'Olagnier, 1.8 kilometres to go. Next categorised climb. And bit by bit, this gap is coming down. But I've also been interested watching the faces of these guys in the breakaway. They have been aggressive, and we've been marvelling about how well they've been riding. Such a shame they didn't have a minute or two extra leeway, because it could have been a really interesting fight today.
Could have been a proper punch-up. I think we'll still get one, but in what form? Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Sean, as well. And we'll welcome Brian Smith into the commentary position with myself, Carlton Kirby. It's a pleasure to have your company. And this will be a pleasure a little bit later on. Someone like Luis Leon Sanchez would have been a great engine within a breakaway. I'm sure it's going to happen within this tour, but he is on duty, and he'll be working for Miguel Angel Lopez today to just make sure that they indeed get the rewards that they, of course, believe they deserve. A man who's been off form, Miguel Angel Lopez, but you can say it about so many others that would have suited today had they been at their best. Dan Martin, we mentioned earlier on today, he'll be one of those. Manny Bookman, you just heard Rob talking about as well, having a little bit of a lead period, but then again coming back into form right now. And it's about hitting it when you need to. What's about to come up? Well, it's the Côte d'Olagnier, and indeed at the very top of it, the percentages hit 10 and 12%. Slightly cruel? Yeah. But then again, this was never going to be an easy sport. And as Bradley Wiggins said so eloquently a few days ago, if you don't like the pressure, retire. So some of these guys, indeed, too young for that, one would think, but it kind of underscores what we're dealing with, and it is a brutal run-in, possibly with an added bit of impetus, which will bring a bit more drama, I think, from the tailwind. We will crash into a headwind, essentially, with about 28 kilometres to go, but it's very brief, and it may well be that when that happens, somebody may just reach out for glory. They're mobbed across the road, Brian. It appears that the peloton is still happy with the gap for the time being. They haven't gone into full-bore attack. When's it going to come?
Well, I think this is a bit of a test for the rest. You know, we're getting into the last 40 kilometres now, and Deceuninck Quick-Step have been at the front pretty much all day, and pretty much with the same two riders, Cavagna and de Klerk. So they've kind of knocked it off to see if anybody is trying to entice someone maybe to kind of try and take this on. They have controlled things pretty much all day, because the best place was the AG2R rider Veermans at 3:53. Well, we look at the time gap, it's under 3 minutes. So they've knocked off the pace and said, look, you sat behind us all day, what about give us some help? So a bit of kind of stalemate at the moment. We'll see if anybody takes it up. If nobody takes it up, potentially for the stage win, or you know, to control things, then I think Deceuninck Quick-Step have to come back up again.
It's a big question, isn't it? And there's no answers just for the time being. Deceuninck Quick-Step kind of absent just behind the front line at the moment. They've been very much driving it all on throughout the day. And look at the clock. It's working in the service of the breakaway at the moment, heading back up towards the 3-minute marker. Second by second, it seems, as the transponders just catch up with the electronics on board the machines. We start to see it. Here's Pavel Sivakov, took a tumble the other day, looked very second-hand. He's still carrying the bandages, as you can see. If he's back to his best, he's going to be a vital component in the push for Egan Bernal and Richard Carapaz a little bit later on today. Who else? They're all looking at each other across the broad width of the road at the moment. It's a big dreadnought of humanity at the moment, just hitting the wind, as you can see. They're still at pace, and the second gains for the breakaway still pretty modest. I imagine it may well be that somebody reaches out when we get to this next climb. There's still 3 to come, don't forget, including the uphill mountain finish today. That's going to be absolutely enthralling, especially with the run to the line having so many lassés, and a few will get whipped, I can tell you. Let us see who that might be. It's a bit of a short day today, Brian, but there's not been much flat to play with, has there?
No, but the speed is up, and you know, I think that's what's enjoyable to all. I don't think we need big long stages in Grand Tours anymore. This is yesterday was the second longest of this year's Tour de France. I think everybody wants to race and see a fast pace throughout, and I think that's what we've got. And we've got a fast pace at the front of the peloton. I think that all the teams have been told to be at the front at this particular point, and that's why we're seeing the gap coming down and a bit of speed at the front of the peloton.
And it's a block speed as well. As we've said, everyone is prepared to join it. And I speculated a little bit earlier on whether Deceuninck Quick-Step had actually done just a little bit too much. And I'm just wondering whether that indeed was the case earlier on today. They certainly feel that that's the case right now, but these guys still have an advantage. So who's in contention? Well, will it be the GCs or will it be those puncher specialists, or kind of a little bit of a mix of both, I think. My pick, having started today, Sergio Higuita. I'm still going to stick with that, to be honest. Yesterday I said Tadej Pogacar. I'm not quite sure about that now. But EF Pro Cycling, sort of having thought about it and how they've been bumped and bruised with Dani Martinez. Oran is the kind of father of that team, puts his arm around, metaphorically and physically, the entire bunch that he rides with at EF Pro Cycling. And I think Higuita, watch him. I think it may well be that the Colombian Champions jersey is the one that you see just dancing on the pedals. But so many different scenarios are possible, Brian. That's the point.
Yeah, there's so many options here. We've seen a little bit of a test from some of the riders so far in the first couple of days, but you know, now you know, this is a bit different to Col d'Es and the climbs that we've already had. Okay, we've had the Turini, but they never really raced up the Turini, and we saw the GC contenders kind of battle up the Col d'Es, but this is a different beast altogether, I think. And the good thing about it for most of these GC contenders, it comes after a kind of lumpy day and a fast day. It could have affected them a little bit if they'd ridden like they did yesterday through the rain, a wee bit slower, and then they would have been maybe questioning themselves. But this is a big day for this year's Tour de France, and we're going to see the GC contenders kind of step up.
Interesting what you say, that the Deceuninck Quick-Step asked the question there of the peloton, and they didn't get the answer they required, and they're back on the front right now. I think there may well be a price to pay a little bit deeper into the race for those who've ignored Deceuninck Quick-Step when they're asking for help, indeed, from them. But at the moment, will they be able to help themselves? So Julian Alaphilippe, he starts as I think possibly joint favourite for today, along with Primož Roglič. Don't be surprised if it's somebody who comes from left field who actually dominates, and it could even be someone such as Mark Hirschi today. I mean, he did a fabulous job on a quick day when Alaphilippe punched his way home into Nice on stage 2. But he's the sort of guy who can kind of almost, on this kind of terrain, still produce the goods. And I only say that as a counterpoint, really, to the out-and-out favourites, the GC men, who are likely to feature. Depends on, I guess, an awful lot of fatigue. It comes very early in the race, doesn't it, Brian, this uphill test. It's almost reminiscent of a Vuelta kind of start to this Grand Tour. Of course, a race that's also managed and indeed governed by the ASO, also on the Tour de France. So no surprise, I don't think, to see character of the both races starting to meld just a little bit.
Yeah, it's. I think we're searching for entertainment in our sport, and you know, the shorter stages show some entertainment. And you know, there's been tests over the last few years. Remember the grid start and you know the very short stage a couple of years ago. So I don't think we need the big stage. And I think Sean and Rob are also already talking about the fact that you know, it's been many years since we've seen a big test for the GC contenders this early into the Tour de France. They've covered many metres in climbing so far until they get here. So I don't think it'll be an explosive stage from many. We heard from Pino at the start of the year, at the start of the stage this morning, Carlton, and you know, his manager said, Mark Mario just said, it was a case of not losing any time. You've got to remember that some of these riders are still nursing some injuries from the first stage. So it's a case of some will want to try and win the stage, and you know, ambitions are there for the likes of Adam Yates, and Alaphilippe wanted to keep that yellow jersey, and Adam wanted to take that yellow jersey. Pogacar has come out and said he's really going to go for it, but there's a few contenders that don't really want to kind of show their hand at the moment and just want to stay there and not lose any time today.
It was really refreshing to see Adam Yates in such great form, wasn't it, the other day? And if he can get back to his best, and he's got the added impetus, I think, the freshness that often comes with a change of team. Sean Kelly was talking about that yesterday, and it would be a great statement, I think, if Adam Yates enjoyed the terrain, which frankly suits him, Brian. It could well be.
Yeah, he looked really good, and there was some question marks as we see Pascher just coming over the top and taking yet again maximum points on his way. There's not many points today, and that's why we're seeing Cosnefroid just kind of back in the peloton. So the kind of mountain jersey won't change at all, but Yates looking very good. He came into the restart of the season after having an illness, so he was a little bit short in the Dauphiné because of that illness, but he's building. I think the question mark is, where is he at? Because he's missed so much. Where is he at? But the thing is, you don't have to have the best form. As long as you've got that kind of mentality, the positive mentality, and prepared to give it a go, like Adam Yates did up Col d'Huez, then who knows? The target for him now is to try and you know, win the stage today, and hopefully Alaphilippe not taking any bonus seconds. That's going to be very difficult. It's not an easy task, but I think Adam is going to give it a go.
Well, can you imagine the headlines tomorrow? Indeed, let's remind ourselves that overall Adam Yates is only 4 seconds adrift to Julian Alaphilippe. There will be some sighs if another Brit comes through and denies a Frenchman. It might be today. So, a big story to be told. I'm loving the way that Movistar are just starting to muster as well, and I'm starting to wonder whether it's Alejandro Valverde, who's an old dog, as you know, so he doesn't need any new tricks. It may be one of the old tricks that one of the veteran riders manages early on in the race to impose himself, knowing that chances with fatigue setting in and the natural cost of age will pay a price a little bit later on. Could he do it?
Well, he can. He's done it in the past. Has he got it this season so far? I've not seen it. I've not seen him as explosive as he has been. But you never know. Is it a case of, you know, looking after Enric Mas, or will Valverde be given an option? When he punctured coming into Nice, the couple of his teammates stopped for him and got him back on. He's up there in the general classification. But I think the form of past is maybe beyond him this year. But you never know with him, and if it comes to a kind of small group sprint of no more than 20 riders, then Valverde will be there and thereabouts.
I hope so. I mean, he just adds an awful lot of drama. I know he's had his bad days for several different reasons, but he has provided some great drama, let's put it that way, shall we? Interesting as well, today Miguel Angel Lopez could really reignite his tour, I think. Seems a strange one to say, doesn't it, after so few days, but he's been further down the pecking order in terms of our view of it for quite some time, but that can change. My opinion of Adam Yates' capabilities for this one has radically changed over the last couple of days, and as you said, Brian, as we get deeper into the race, you can maintain your form, which starts to come to you. Some have very peaky form, don't they, some riders? Others achieve form and then they cruise with it for quite some time before it diminishes, and achieving that level is something you can gain during a tour.
Of course you can. I think Matt White, who's the manager of the Mitchelton Scott team, has got a bit of a conundrum, and I think we'll get the answers today, because Mitchelton Scott coming into this year's Tour de France just thinking of stage wins. That was a good stage for them into to Nice with the second stage, and you know, with the fact that Adam Yates took those 8-second bonuses in the back of their minds, they are thinking of trying to kind of take that yellow jersey, and I think this is going to be a big test for Adam. If he goes well today, then they might think about you know, the grand scale of things of the overall, because he's been there and done it before.
He has. He's got decent backup as well with Esteban Chavez and indeed Mikel Nieve. So let's see. Still maintaining a pace, and it's down to 2.5 minutes. Average pace today, considering all the climbing that we have been doing, just over 40 kilometres an hour. Not bad. Just around the mid-expected pace that we've got today, and the average for the entire day so far, just over 40 kilometres per hour. We've just been discussing on the GCN Race Pass and indeed Eurosport.com, where there is uninterrupted coverage, just the potential for Adam Yates here, and indeed some others such as Valverde, because we've noted that Movistar are moving themselves into position. It's not just about Enric Mas. It may well be that the great old stager himself might have a dig. We're hoping so. We'll be hearing from Bradley Wiggins in a short while. Just a quick reminder that the Bradley Wiggins show is available in wherever you find your podcasts. Goes up every Monday and more frequently during the tour with Graham Wilgos. The breakaway this evening, Brad is joined by, of course, as always, Ola Chenoweth and Dan Lloyd. Pondering the day, and also we've got a guest in Rod Ellingworth. That'll be fascinating to see just how his battle plan, now that he's reunited with Mikel Landa at Bahrain McLaren, how that one pans out. We'll love to see it. And indeed, don't forget that if you want to see your cycling at its very best and most extended, then you're in exactly the right place this season. Goodness me, we've got a huge compression, haven't we? And we are bringing you more cycling than anywhere else in the planet. So you're in the right place wherever you find it, and this looks like problems for Greg Van Avermaet.
So we've just seen the peloton go over the climb. Greg Van Avermaet here just having a problem. I'm not quite sure what happened. We can see there's less hierarchy in the peloton as we came over the climb. A lot of drag racing going on, so teams starting to station themselves right across the road. Jumbo on the far left, just Ineos a little bit behind. De Koenig Quickstep on the opposite side of the road, just keeping Alaphilippe out of the way. Teams will place a few of their staff members on the top of the climbs just to grab a bottle. Quite often they'll tape a gel to the bottle as well, so you've got a bottle and a gel to stick in your pocket, rather than teammates dropping right down to the back of the peloton to the car to pick up food supplies, because then they've got a long chase. Sometimes it can take you 10k for the guy at the back of the peloton to come through all that, because we've seen how lined out it was down that descent. You see a Jumbo still placed really high up there from Roglic, that statement of intent since the start of the race. After this, there's not going to be much opportunity to go back for the cars and bottles. As you see Greg Van Avermaet here coming back into the peloton. Everyone's now, the momentum's going to get faster and faster and faster. And the closer we get to that climb, you'll see that spread eagled across the road. There'll be drag racing, team time trials right across the road. Everyone's really nervous now about keeping their leaders to the fore. And 30k to go, it's just going to get faster from now. And we'll hand you back to the commentary team.
It is going to get quicker and quicker. Thank you, Brad. Greg Van Avermaet with a brief problem. Looked like a gearing issue, to be honest, but seems to have been resolved. Not quite sure how, but he's got himself back on and in. 8% and thereabouts. And we're in this... I don't know how you describe these roads. Very sinuous roads. They're quite narrow, but you're out of sight, if not out of mind, very, very quickly here because of all the twists and turns. It's a character of the area. They kind of smooth out the terrain if they possibly can. But for some of the quick men, including the likes of Giacomo Nizzolo, who tried to get up in the intermediate sprint earlier on today, this is going to be a bit of a challenge. Andre Greipel there bouncing on the pedals as well towards the back of the pack. The battle of attrition, if that is what we've had today, hasn't succeeded in shelling out too many. We had some splits earlier on, Brian, but the tailwind will help on the approach. There is a headwind section, and that comes in around one of the headlands for a short while. It lasts about 3 or 4 kilometres, and it's from the 28 marker, just the way the terrain pans out. But largely speaking, the wind is favourable today, which may add to the drama.
Yeah, we can see a few of the sprinters, Coquard there. Christophe already been dropped out the back of the peloton. They're thinking of tomorrow. They don't want to go kind of too deep because of the tailwind, the speed of the race, and these kind of heavy roads. So you've got to remember, Carlton, right from the start and sister on, we've been climbing pretty much all day, so it has an effect, and the speed has been up all day as well. So some of these riders, okay, they could stay with the peloton to the bottom of the climb, but they're going to use that energy possibly to try and go for the stage tomorrow. So you can see a few of the sprinters just dropping back a little bit. The pace is up. This gap to the breakaway won't come down quickly due to the tailwind. We saw that Deceuninck Quickstep kicked it back a little bit. Nobody took it on. Nobody wants to help. So it's all down to the yellow jerseys team, who's sitting in 4th place. But the yellow jerseys of Jumbo-Visma have been predominantly towards the front pretty much all day today.
Well, Alaphilippe is renowned as one of the, if not the best puncher in the world. We've seen it on so many occasions, and the way he imposed himself to move into yellow on stage 2 in that run back to Nice was expected, and he still delivered the killer blow. And what will you expect of him today? Possibly more of the same, quite frankly. Roglic will be out to stop him. They've almost had a carpet ride today, a magic carpet ride, courtesy of Alaphilippe's Deceuninck Quickstep, who've been on duty to keep this this breakaway within reach. They're still within reach, but we're just around 2 minutes with just under 30 kilometres to go. And the grinding terrain that we have here, who will it suit? Well, we mentioned Adam Yates. What about Thibaut Pinot himself? It's been a frustrating couple of days for him. He will want to put on some kind of show, even if it's just to keep up with some of the other bigger names, which of course he'll have to do, as Andre Greipel is one of the latest to suffer here. Tadej Pogačar as well. My pick for the day before the programme started. I've drifted to Sergio Higuita for today for EF Pro Cycling. I think he's got a great chance. No, I know I'm stuck with Pogačar, but I'm just mentioning him as certainly somebody who could take a step forward. As for Pogačar himself, a little bit disappointing during the Dauphiné, but as Brian was saying, when you find your form, you keep it. And he's this kind of guy who's coming to where he needs to be. He's also got quite a bit of backup as well when it comes to the high ground. Egan Bernal, why not? This, I think, will be the big question for us today. How will Bernal shape up against his main rivals for the overall title? It's the first time we're really asking that question. The first time we might get a glimmer, Brian, of an answer.
Yeah, we're going to get a couple of attacks, I think, from some of the GC contenders. You've just mentioned one of them, Pogačar, but you can also see that, Arkea Samsic in the red coming up on the left-hand side looking after Quintana. I think mostly today the GC contenders and their teams will just be making sure that they don't lose any time. It's still very early in the Tour de France. A lot of big high mountains to come. So it's a case of staying safe, keeping up there in the general classification. But this is a stage to be reached out to. And there's also a yellow jersey at the end, depending on how Alaphilippe feels. Don't be surprised if we see Alaphilippe towards the front and possibly winning the stage today.
Indeed, I think he may well do. Adam Yates will be out to stop him. As far as Ineos Grenadiers are concerned, I think Richard Carapaz probably suits the terrain here better than Egan Bernal. He's certainly a little bit more punchy on occasion. So let's see if the Giro winner can actually turn the light on, if you like, for Ineos Grenadiers, because matching their dark outfit at the moment, it's been almost grave-like, hasn't it? The silence that surrounded them for the time being. We know, are an ominously powerful team with a battle plan. How will they execute it? Let's wait and see. And Ladagno, well, not one of the vital helpers when it comes to the high ground, but last of all that you need is anybody losing out at the moment like this, because the pace is up, as you've seen. The pace has not been set by Jumbo-Visma. Obviously, they have Primož Roglic. Is he 100%? We believe so. He certainly looks that way. But what about Tom Dumoulin, a man who skittled on the floor and then picked himself straight back up? up, and that shows somebody who has immense focus, and he may well be drawing the eye a little bit later on today. Miguel Angel Lopez, we said the expectation levels have kind of dropped for him, but I think he's bouncing back, and his form curve seems to be coming back, and a steep one as well, from really being off the pace and really out of mind. The man from Astana in the familiar blue will be part of proceedings today, and the same, Brian, we can say for Manny Bookman. He's coming back and apparently getting stronger and stronger, and he's happy now to talk about going for it on days like this.
Yeah, you can see it was actually Madouas that had that problem there, and he is a right-hand man of Thibaut Pinot, so they want him back up as quickly as possible. But you're right, you know, we saw some good form by the man you mentioned from Bora Hansgrohe in the Dauphiné, but the thing is, Carlton, the form guide is there, and you know, some of these riders have got the capability of winning this stage, but will they be allowed to? It's by all accounts, Bora Hansgrohe have got Bookman, and Bookman is their overall contender, so I think it'll all be around him, making sure he's there, doesn't lose any time, stays safe, and sometimes you cannot be given your own opportunities.
These guys believe they've got an opportunity, and I think they're right to believe that. It's an opportunity, but will it come knocking? That's the point. Gosh, Hughie Green, it's been a while. A minute and 54 is the gap, so it's holding around 2 minutes. The rule of thumb, and depends how big your thumb is that we have a minute per 10 kilometres. So if they can hold around the 2 minute mark, and it seems to be going against them at the moment, but look at the pace, and the downhill favours them. They've got a tailwind as well, so they don't have to burn the same level of energy. And 79 kilometres per hour is about the maximum you could go down here, so their gap should hold. And can it get to that point where we start to believe in them? It's been a tough day to be out there in a breakaway. Oh, nasty. That is not what you want to see. And indeed, it's Nicholas Egg, I believe. Let's have a look. He at least is sitting up, and for that we take a blessing. And I'm not very fond of seeing pictures like this, quite frankly. Well, thankfully he rode the barrier, didn't he, which is why they've allowed it to be shown, I think. But there is that that kind of nodule on the top. They're changing his bike, which suggests he is going to ride on. Thank heaven for that, Brian. That was a nasty one. He took a ride along the Armco barrier there. Yeah, Teichmann, he was in the breakaway, and I don't know, a wee bit fatigued, just overcooked it, but he's a lucky boy, a lucky boy. He certainly is, and apologies for misidentifying him there. Gosh, such drama. Well, let us wait and see. He looked okay, and that is a blessing. Well, we talked about battling for position, just over-egging it in the corner and getting slightly out of line, out of shape. That can come, Brian, from following, trying to move up within a pack, and really you should be coming down there in single file. If you find yourself on the wrong side of that chain, if you like, nasty things can happen. It looks like he's got away with it. On we push towards the high ground. Not a nice sight, Brian, but a good warning for everybody. No, thankfully he's up, but I think it's just a case sometimes, being in the breakaway all day, a wee bit of fatigue, maybe over-judging the corners, bit of gravel and things like that, and you can see what it means to the front of this this breakaway. They're taking it a little bit more gingerly, but I tell you what, he's such a lucky boy. We've seen so many incidents as soon as you hit that ankle barrier. We've seen, you know, remember the time trial in the Vuelta when Quintana hit the barrier in the time trial, and you know, it finished his hopes, but a very lucky man. Let's have a look at it again from this angle. Gosh, you know, it just got such a flash of it. I was convinced it was a Trek rider, but away he went. And thank heaven, rode the barrier, just hit that stirrup really and got away with it. And he now looks just focused and angry, and that's a good thing. And the adrenaline will help him forget about the pain, which he's bound to feel on his hip there. Hope he gets to the end of the day okay. So we snake down this mountain, and indeed a real pace about it. But look at that time gap. If you remember what we were saying, the break has lost, what, 5 seconds only around that, just a handful in the last 2 or 3 kilometres, so they're holding the advantage, which you'd expect on this kind of road, because there's only one speed to go down here, Brian, and it's the safest speed that you feel comfortable.
Yeah, the tailwind has helped them, the downhills have helped them, but they're going to really need over 3 minutes at the bottom of the final climb if they get any hope of staying on. So I still think the main stage winner is going to come from the peloton, but Deceuninck Quick-Step yet again, no other team coming up to take control. But the question is, will we see another team come up? Because you've got to remember that you know, Alaphilippe's got a strong team, but he's got a kind of half a team, because you know, half the team are there to look after Sam Bennett. So will he have the riders to help him on the climb? I'm not too sure. We've seen them last year a little bit isolated, and I think another team have to take it up, and I think that other team will be Jumbo-Visma. They'll come to the front, try and control things in this final climb, and we'll just have to wait and see who wants to you know, go out there and try and win the stage, or possibly try and take the yellow jersey.
It's a fascinating one. Don't be surprised if Guillaume Martin indeed shows his nose as well for Cofidis. So many teams have got options here. This is a great sight to see, and some of those who are rejoining proceedings, I thought he was worse placed than that, to be honest, but thank heaven he has got himself back where he needs to be. Goodness me. So, Brian, a wake-up call for everybody. We ride on.
Every race, I think we've got that. It's all about concentration, and you know, now we're down to looks like 4 riders at the front now. The impetus is, I think, has gone out this because Benoot was, well, you know, one of the stronger riders in this front group as well. So the gap will come down a little bit. We've still got a climb to come. With it tops out with 19 kilometres to go, a third category climb. So we're heading towards that. So the race is definitely on, up and down. Nervousness as well kicking in. You know, adrenaline kicking in, as Bradley was saying. Everybody is just kind of setting themselves up in this last hour of racing. Focus, and the race is definitely on.
Certainly is. So, time to dig in, and especially if you happen to be one of those who's been busy all day. Niels Pollitt. There was a section of today, Brian, where the brakes started attacking each other. That seemed madness to most of us.
Yeah, I couldn't understand what was happening. You know, Niels Pollitt was on the attack, and you know, I turned round and I was watching. I turned round to Dan Lloyd and I said, "Is this a tactic so that Chris Nylands can sit on the back and save some energy?" You know, we don't know what's happening in the team car, what's going through the minds of a sports director. But you can see Niels Pollitt going down the climbs a lot quicker than the others. Went on his own. I think he might not stay with this group over this next climb. He's a big lad. But I don't think they've got any chance of going to the finish now, and you can see that on the front now, Tim de Klerk has been there all day, just giving it everything he has, because when we get to the climb, his day will be over.
I hope so, for his sake, Brian. He's had his nose to the grindstone, shoulder to the cold face, whatever you want to say, all day. He's worked tremendously, and indeed your predictions are starting to come true here. We're thinning down. Fiammos Nylands, Bergadeau also here, but then again, so are eternally, it seems, Deceuninck Quick-Step. When you take on the burden of chasing on behalf of your team, it's a big ask and a big task if you happen to be a big man, and he certainly is. As he makes a turn again, we've dealt with the headwind, by the way. I'm just wondering if it may well have had an impact a little bit earlier on when Thijs Benoot took himself a tumble. There is Bergadeau from Total Direct Energy, who bids them adieu. It's almost his name. Meanwhile, we have a trio now that are pushing on, but I think this is only for a combativity award. There is Sam Bennett, who will be hoping to indeed have an option on green deeper into this race. He's close at hand, Brian.
Yeah, he is locked on points, and courtesy of the better general classification in place of Peter Sagan. He'll keep that jersey, but Tim de Klerk at the front, I think his day will be over now. He'll pull over because he's done a great job pretty much all day at the front, and leave it to some of his other teammates now.
Alaphilippe bouncing away, looking back down this line. So many contenders still very much here. Just wondering what Quintana's going to show today, Brian.
I think it'll be a case like many, just to make sure you're there. I think it'll come down to some sort of sprint. Quintana not renowned as a sprinter. Very good climber, excellent climber in fact, but I don't think they'll want to kind of show their cards too much. We know that Roglic can finish well, but there's other climbers that can finish probably, you know, a little bit better. Alaphilippe possibly being one of them, but you can see that for Deceuninck Quick-Step, they're down to 4 riders already, so Alaphilippe may be isolated a little bit, but although he might be isolated, he's still got Asgreen, who's been showing strong. He's still got Bob Jungels, but Bob Jungels, he's been struggling a little bit. He done a short turn in Col d'Ez to try and kind of help it or set up Alaphilippe for his attack, and it was only a short effort before he pulled off. Dries Devenijn's also there, but yeah, that could be a good sign for Adam Yates to see Alaphilippe further up this final climb, if he is indeed isolated a little bit.
And this group with Sonny Colbrelli and Peter Sagan, many of those who've indeed found the day a challenge. Every single day, it seems, is bringing yet more drama, and we've had a little bit more as well, not the sort of drama we want. It's going to be a dramatic finale today, and a particularly pressurised one, I think, for Alaphilippe. And there's the team that's going to do the damage behind him, just rolling in, and largely intact, as you can see. They've had the favour of the effort that's been put in by Deceuninck Quick-Step today, the Jumbo-Visma riders, and I just hope it's not a runaway. If it is, it'll be extremely ominous, won't it, Brian?
Yeah, I can't see it being that. We've seen it happen in the past where you know, a team, especially Sky, Ineos, have come up and kind of dominated the first kind of mountain stage, and they do that to gain the kind of confidence and control and show everybody else. But I do think that with Jumbo-Visma sitting behind Deceuninck Quick-Step, and Deceuninck Quick-Step only having 3 riders around Alaphilippe, and we've seen this happen before. I think Devenijns is his right-hand man, but in front of him he's got Jungels and Asgreen. They'll control it as much as possible, but I do think that Jumbo-Visma will come up and try and take control of the race. I don't think they'll burst it apart, but they'll take some sort of control, I think, as we get on to the final climb.
Interesting as well, the goodies are being handed out here, and it's almost take your pick. They're so well stocked. they do a great job, and finally we have a disintegration yet again. Time to push on if you believe the day might have something for you. It's Chris Nylands that wants the combativity award and maybe more. I think it'll take a miracle for him to deliver it, and some fading here as well, as Alexis Vilmos is all over the bike, and Pacher as well is also just seeming to struggle ever so slightly. He's got a good pace about him, to be honest, for this deep in the race. Just going to join the rest of our family. Welcome back to those of you who've just been away for a short while. If you'd like to avoid the promotions, the publicity, then indeed join us on the Eurosport.com app, or indeed the GCN Race Pass, and then you'll have uninterrupted coverage. Right now we have 19 kilometres to cover. Minute 25. Less than that now, and just one man standing. Just while some of you were away, we've been enjoying watching the sights and indeed the sounds here. There's plenty of fans out, all very well masked up and in good voice and cheer, it seems. And the barriers extended long and hard back down the mountain, just to make sure that everyone stays away from the riders. The big high mountain passes, the famous ones that are absent from this race, deemed to be just too, I think, probably insecure. Although the design of the course came some time ago. Yes, and so some of the higher climbs really, where you see the crowd mobbing the riders, that's not going to be happening this year. We have a much punchier course, and we've got one today, but will the knockout blow come from Alaphilippe? That's the big question. And just look at this, rather ominously, Movistar just getting themselves up and into position as we speculate about whether it's Valverde today, or indeed it's protecting duties for Enric Mas. There could be some others as well that we haven't really dwelt on, like Mikkel Landa. That would be amazing if he managed to find the form that comes and goes to him, doesn't it? He seems a bit like a switch, not a Zakharin type switch where it's off most of the time and then suddenly on. Meanwhile, this pairing are the pursuers. It's Vilmos and Pacher, and they are chasing down Chris Nylands, who's just pushed off the front, we think, to get a combativity point. But he may be making one. It's a minute and a half. There is the climb that we're dealing. The Orsières Marlet, 1971. Gosh, I think Sweet was still in their pomp at that point, but anyway, that was a long time ago. Yeah, it was a while ago, wasn't it? And it'll be a while before we get to the top because of the incline that we're dealing with. Over 3,200 meters of altitude gain today, despite the fact we've taken not any alpine peaks as yet in this race. We haven't got one to finish off either. It is a test, that's for sure, but not the most sterling, should we put it that way. So we wait. 17.2 from home, Brian. There is still so much firepower here. That's what is going to prove to be so dramatic.
Yeah, we remember the start of the stage where, you know, 6 riders took off from the kilometre 0 and made 2 riders from Israel Startup Nation. This is what they're trying to do. They're trying to set up this man to try for the stage. He went on the attack there on that previous climb, not to take the 2 points at the top. It was to go and try and win the stage. And with 90 seconds of an advantage, I don't think it's going to be enough. I said he's going to need over, or anybody's going to need over 3 minutes, but it was 1971 the first time they went up this climb in the Tour de France. The last time was in 1989. Who's going to be the winner this year? I think it's going to come from the peloton.
Yeah, it was 11:29 is the altitude gain, by the way. In fact, it's 18:25, which is another great year. I don't think Sweet were even in the mind's eye of their parents at that point. 16.2 kilometres from home, just 94 seconds. That's surely not enough, especially with the drive that we've got going on behind. Kasper Asgreen is the man that's setting the pace at the moment, the Danish champion. Alaphilippe in the leader's yellow jersey, tucked in as well. This is going to be quite an affair, and indeed in the next 15 kilometres it's going to get interesting when we make the turn at the base of Orsières and head off up to the Merlet. There'll be about 7 kilometres remaining. Plenty of switchbacks as well. I promise you I was going to call the corners, but there is just so many to deal with. Indeed, the inclines do get quite punishing late on. The most difficult part, by the way, is at the beginning. It's around 8.5%. I think at the end of a day which has been so valiantly fought for, Brian, despite the lack of really out-and-out punishing inclines, it's going to feel like a test at the end here.
It feels like a huge test, as we see here. It's fairly consistent, but you know the bottom of the climb is not too bad. But you know, for the rest of the climb, it's between 6 and 7% all the way to the top. It kind of flattens a bit just before the line, but this is a big test for everybody involved now.
So, who is going to produce a blockbuster here? Let's wait and see. Just shy of 15 kilometres from home. They've called out the neutral service bike between these guys. They're going to go and look after the man who has left them in his wake. And indeed, Chris Nylands is pushing on. There he is. 18 seconds now, the pursuers, and the peloton at 1:24. The green jersey group with Sagan is 3.5 minutes down. Not their day at all. But can this man get his head down and produce something spectacular? I guess it's the kind of terrain where you might get a surprise, Brian.
Well, I think one day, I think Rob alluded to it, that this guy will probably win a stage at one occasion. I don't think it will be today, but that's without trying. They got 2 riders in the original breakaway of 6. They were probably hoping that more riders were going to get in the breakaway. CCC tried to get there, but I think with maybe 8 to 10, they might have been successful, but that wasn't the case. 6 riders in the original breakaway. It's broken down. 1 rider in front, 2 riders chasing about 18-20 seconds back, but the peloton are not that far behind and full of racing. They'll use up the riders at the front to the bottom of the climb, and then bang, we're on it. It starts at 5.4%, but as you said, the hardest part of the climb comes in the second kilometre at 8.2.
It does, and waiting to welcome him with open arms. Let's hope he is armed up and ready to go. To be honest, these guys just starting to fade ever so slightly, and in fact most of the burden of this pursuit is being carried by Quentin Pacher, as I was expecting a bit more from Alexis Fiamos, but I'm reminded that he's in his early 30s now, and so maybe those days are behind him. Minute and 15. If you want somebody who can almost stop the clock, it seems, then you'll have to look at the likes of Valverde. Don't discount one of the old stages from coming through. Oran could still do it today, likewise Nairo Quintana, but I think all eyes are going to be on Alaphilippe, not of course Sagan, who's found the day a challenge. He'll have more days, I'm sure, to come. Minute 9, it's tumbling, minute 7, and it almost seems unkind, cruel, you might say. This is not good. Louis Carmijan, I was just trying to see if he'd actually taken a tumble today, but just not his day, and you know, not his race by the looks of things, not for the time being anyway. Team Total Direct Energy not in an overly delightful place just for the time being. They did get a man in the break today though, Burgado, as you saw. There were a few in that break, including Thijs Benoot, who took a tumble over the barriers after getting it wrong on a descent. Thankfully, we have dealt with all of they. There's a little downhill run, but nothing to speak of that will bring us to the foot of our climb. And so we have been going up for most of the day, and so is the balloon in battle speak, quite frankly, because now with just 12.5 kilometres to go, these guys are going to be in sight of the peloton. It's a long straight road, one of very few today, Brian, before we climb.
Yeah, a show of strength for Asgreen at the front here, and it has been a show of strength from Deceuninck Quick-Step over the last couple of days. No one helping out, and just looking to see where Devonines is, whether he's having to drop all the way back. I know Bradley Wiggins talked about that, dropping all the way back to the team car to get some something, a bottle, gel or whatever, back up to the front, and that's always a lot of energy. But he's only got the two riders in front, the Danish champion Asgreen. He's got Bob Jungels, and you know, even he's taking a gel because he knows he's got a big job to do when we get to the bottom of this climb. Jungels will have to ride tempo at the bottom of it.
Yep, he certainly will. Just looking at the demeanour of Egan Bernal, he left, of course, the Dauphiné with back problems, over-described, I think you might say. 5 kilometres before we actually start our ultimate test today. That was the announcement of the foot of the mountain. Yeah, he does not look like he's comfortable, Brian, and that's a worry, because when he won the Tour, he looked comfortable almost throughout.
Yeah, he did. To be honest with you, I don't know, because in the Dauphiné he decided not to start a stage and then went out on the bike the next day. If you've got a sore back, you don't ride the bike at all, you rest it. So I just don't know what to think of, you know, Bernal at the moment. One outsider I have in the Ineos team is Carapaz. If you remember the two previous Giro d'Italia, he's always popped up in the first few days and won a stage, and he's very explosive towards the end. If you remember last year, when he won the stage just in front of Caleb Ewan in an uphill finish. I know that was shorter than we've got here, a shorter test, but he crashed in Poland. He came back. He looked okay in Lombardia. He's drafted into the team, so let's see if he's let off the leash towards the top. But he's definitely a rider that is explosive enough to try and win the stage, and it would be a good kind of boost for Team Ineos. So he named Landa as well, one of the top climbers in the world. Landa, this is probably the first time he's come in as a sole leader. Will Pauls has you know, has had these injuries. He's not, you know, in this peloton now, but at the same time we have to consider Landa, and it would be a good boost for him if he got up there for Bahrain McLaren.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the incline is indeed long enough for some of these guys to actually make an impact. It's certainly going to be explosive, that's for sure. I guess the pace of the day as well has had a levelling effect on the sort of climbs. If you were able to pick and choose, you might actually function better on. But let us see. It's certainly been one of the hardest starts to a Tour de France that I can remember, Brian.
It is. I think Sean and Rob are talking about it. It's definitely, and the way they've raced it as well. Okay, we had a tricky first stage, and you know, a few riders down in the deck, but they were happy with yesterday's stage. The sprinters had their day, and you know, today is a big test. If I was had a GC contender, I probably wouldn't want them to, just go on the attack. I would want them to just maybe not lose time, and I think we heard that from Mark Madio, and I think everybody will be the same. But there are some riders in here that may want to do something. Adam Yates, we've already talked about. He's got the big goal of taking the yellow jersey, but will Alaphilippe and Adam Yates kind of mark each other? Maybe someone, like we've said, Carapaz, someone with explosive, they might be allowed to kind of let go. I think Rob mentioned maybe Martinez as well. There's other options. I tell you what, we're going to have a very intriguing finish to this stage. We're into the last 10 kilometres now, and I don't think we're going to see a huge GC battle in the first kind of mountaintop finish, but we're definitely going to see a battle for the stage.
Yeah, we are. Okay, Samsic getting themselves into position. Warren Barguil will be there, so will Nairo Quintana. You can see the men in the pink, so the red of Arkea Samsic up towards the front. Astana as well, just mobbing themselves nicely just behind the front, and with 10 kilometres to go, so only 200 metres now separating indeed the pack here from the last man standing from the breakaway out front, Chris Nylance. So we just reabsorb, as you can see here, Quentin Pachier and from B&B Hotels, and indeed that is the end of that. Apart from Nylance, who remains up front by a modest 36 seconds, so it's not going to be he. The question is who, and we do not know. We'll find out at the end of these series of switchbacks. Almost an ideal day weather-wise, Sean Kelly described it as we come to this Orsières-Merlette, 2.4 kilometres until we actually get to the foot of it. And he's already started looking over the shoulders, looking over his shoulder. Interesting as well here to see that UAE Team Emirates getting themselves into position. Tadej Pogacar as well. We have Stegard Langen was just bouncing himself into position as well. The big guns are out. Pierre Rolland as well is just being brought up here. Can't see, but I think it's Cyril Gauthier is just in front of him. Looked like it was out of focus there. Here we are. That's where everybody is just for now. Interesting that they are picking who they are picking out. It's the overall red hot favourites, as you'd expect, but it's opening up centre of the road, and who's going to grasp the nettle? Somebody's going to go early, Brian, and it'll be unexpected, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, it would be really difficult if they went now. It's still a long way, but we're dragging up here. Yeah. We're not even on the official part of the climb, but we're definitely dragging up to the categorised part, which is 7.1 it starts. But you can just see that Deconi Quickstep have done a good job today. They've kind of kicked it back a little bit. Arscreen has done his big turn. They want to keep Young Goals and Devanines with the yellow jersey, but they're now asking the question, well guys, we've sat at the front all day, who's going to take it up? And as expected, on the right hand side you see the yellow of Jumbo-Visma, Omar Fraile bringing up Lopez. You said Pierre Rolland, Quintana, Pogacar, they're all coming up to the front now.
Ha. This is absolutely fantastic. I'm loving this. Brian, it's hairs on the back of your neck time, because there are so many different riders who can win this, and quite frankly, in about 1700 metres time, somebody's going to reach out and go for it. I think you're going to see a lot of cheap fireworks that don't really put on too much of a display and end up in a car park. But the full display will come from somebody, and I cannot wait to see. Adam Yates is on his own in the centre of the road, sort of left-hand side of your picture. Thibaut Pinot wants some drama today, and I think it would be a nice re-announcement really of himself to the French people. That was interesting, just answering the radio with a shake of the head. The team cars, of course, in touch with the riders. No idea what the question was, but I guess nobody is comfortable out there, and the pressure and the nerves are starting to fray just a little bit. Cyril Gauthier just edging a few elbows here. They're battling for road space just in case somebody goes for it, Brian.
Yeah, it's kind of all mobbing up there, and it's been a hard stage, a fast stage, and a lot of these riders are doing a job of looking after their general classification leader and bringing them towards the front, and slightly uphill now. It's not going to be easy, and Nylance, as we thought, only 20 seconds in front. It's not going to be be his day, but it's been a valiant effort from Israel Startup Nation. They put 2 riders in the breakaway to try and win the stage. It hasn't been successful, but they will try again.
Guillaume Martin for Cofidis just on the right-hand side of Alaphilippe, with Bernal just tucked in. Other greats here as well, Bardet and many contenders. 13 seconds and a little bit less than that, I'll be bound, as indeed we get ready for somebody to take on a flyer. I am just so looking forward to this, making me chuckle, as you probably hear. This is going to be fantastic. Adam Yates, I want him to go into yellow at the end of today. Can he do it, Brian?
I think it's going to be very difficult for Adam to do it. I think he will do it. I'm not too sure if we'll see fireworks right at the bottom here, Carlton. I think it'll be more of a kind of steady affair, and we'll see a group coming to the finish, and it could possibly be a smaller group finish for that finishing line. I just noticed that Education First's Martinez is kind of down the back. Maybe he's suffering a little bit. We heard from Higuita early on. Oh, he was alluding to there's only 2 team leaders in the team, and then he reversed it and said there's 3. But it did look as if Martinez was down the back, so it could in fact be 2.
Yeah, it feels that way. I think the PR alarm bell went off in his head at that point. So, big approach here. EF Pro Cycling, indeed, just posting on the front. Freire, as mentioned before, done his job. So has Ladagnou, for the time being, who's been working for Thibaut Pinot, who looked lively and smooth, I must say, coming into this one. Lots of checks over shoulders and gentlemen's excuse me's going on as well. And that yellow jersey of Alaphilippe looming large, and gives a little turn of the head to one of his teammates as saying, come on, let's move up. It's Tony Martin that's doing the pacing of everybody at the moment. The German just on the tight on the inside. TJ's here, likewise is Uran just tucked in as well. In fact, the men in the pink jerseys really starting to move over and start to just offer up a suggestion that today may be their day. And Sergio Higuita, amongst their number, but wearing a less familiar perhaps, but the Colombian national jersey as well. EF Pro Cycling are teeing themselves up to have a dig, and there they are on the left hand side of your picture. That yellow jersey on the little guy, that little guy happens to be Sergio Higuita, and he punches well above his weight on occasion. If you want the real yellow jersey of the race, it's tucked down the centre of the road for the time being. Manny Bookman can't be discounted either, with Bora Hansgrohe also collecting themselves, and TJ is that just starts to roll the bike in that familiar form right now, and we've got to change of pace. Dumoulin also here. This is that request to take up to the front, please. Dries de Venians it is for De Koning Quickstep in the blue and white with the yellow jersey just behind him. Wingman is Nelson Paulus just playing behind him. Keeping a watchful eye as well is Romain Bardet, not that far away, knows where the action's going to come from, and indeed Alaphilippe now just showing the yellow jersey to everybody, and time for everybody to be impressed. We certainly have been so far. Will it be again moved by Kwiatkowski to just draft into space that really didn't seem to exist, and it's Bernal that's coming up on his back wheel. There he is wearing the number 1 in that phalanx of 3 with Richard Carapaz on his wheel as well. Tony Martin gives the wave today and says, I have done enough, and he certainly has, but can indeed that be delivered on the behalf of his teammates? Let us wait and see. Tony Martin working for Roglic, and of course Tom Dumoulin. Where will this end? In 6.1 kilometers time, and we are already climbing, and this is where the most difficult inclines take hold, and this is where Alaphilippe often will impose himself. Is it too far out? Quite possibly. He's done a lot of work over the last few days. We're running for home here, Brian.
Yeah, this is a show of power. They get pushed out of it, De Koning Quickstep, but they come straight back to the front. We haven't really mentioned Trek Segafredo and Mollema and Porte, who've moved up towards the front on the left-hand side. Nico Roche there for Sunweb looking after Hershey on his wheel, but the boys in the yellow helmets and the Trek Segafredo colours of white and black have moved up, but so many riders, a kind of washing machine effect, a lot of looking around, who's going to take it on? Well, the onus really is for De Koning Quickstep, but they have got Bob Jungels, Devenines there, still trying to kind of look after the yellow jersey with Bob Jungels on the front.
Well, it's a great sight. Nico Roche just bringing up Mark Hirschi, who wears the Young Riders white jersey, by the way, not overly dissimilar from his team Sunweb. There is Dries that's done his job. And yeah, just a little bit of a pinch on the left-hand side and almost coming to a stop, some of the riders, as the road suddenly became narrow. You've got to watch every single moment here. Any meter can be the one that has your name on it in a bad way, I guess you might say. 5.5 from home. They take a big hairpin here, of which there are many. There'll be 2 more full-on hairpins before we get to the 4 kilometre marker, and then we'll count them in for you as we go. Alaphilippe looks imperious, Brian. That's ominous.
The only problem for him is he's only got 1 rider in this group. We saw Devanines, he's done his job, he's slipped back now, so he's only got Bob Jungels in front of him. He's still got a large group of you know, about at least 100 riders now, but nobody willing to take this race on. I thought maybe Jumbo-Visma would maybe want to do it as a kind of power show of strength, but we'll wait and see when Jungels goes, because then Alaphilippe will pretty much be on his own. No attacks as yet. Thibaut Pinot's men of Groupama just on the left-hand side in the red, white and blue, but it seems to be all calm at the moment. Just over 5 kilometres to go and nobody taking it on as yet.
The one thing that this climb has as a blessing is it's regular, so you can set yourself something of a tempo here. So we just watch Bora Hansgrohe just getting themselves into position, and likewise Team Total Direct Energie. This is interesting. There's Adam Yates as well, just free bouncing with his red shoes, and indeed of the black and day-glow yellow shoulders of his trade kit Mitchelton Scott. 5.1 to go. Change of pace out of the corner, and remaining extremely attentive is Roglic for Jumbo-Visma. They're following every move at the moment, so is everybody else. They're waiting for the magician that is Alaphilippe to start waving the wand. Will it be now? Any moment for sure, something's going to happen, and Pinot doesn't want to miss out on the party. Suddenly he appears, and just look how busy it is here. Lots of wheels potentially to be touched, and suddenly Miguel Angel Lopez just unclips after a little tiny nudge there for Astana Pro. You don't want anything to go wrong. At any moment, the pace can change dramatically, Brian.
I just do think that the order of the day is not to kind of lose any time. They're just kind of happy being safe for the time being. They'll know that Bob Jungels has only got, you know, a limited amount of time at the front. He hasn't showed great form in this year's tour so far. Alaphilippe will be on his own for the time being. It's just calm at the moment. Nobody really being forced to kind of take this race on from the front.
Here come the Grenadiers, 2 out the back and 1 out front, and it's Roland who decides to kick on now, shows everyone a clean pair of heels, and this could be a big move from the Frenchman. Off he goes, nobody tempted just for the time being, and that's it may well be that we get ourselves a race within a race. Well, he's got the pace, and indeed he's got the face, I guess you might say. It fits, and indeed has done in the past as far as the Tour de France is concerned. They're chasing behind him. He's capable of delivering on days like this. Occasionally still flashes of the old brilliance, getting veteran status right now. Too soon? 4.2 to go. It depends on who starts looking at each other, and the radio goes back in. He wants guidance.
Well, this is a try for the stage win, and I think there's going to be more of a stage win battle than a GC battle. It looks like UAE have got Jan Polans just there at the front. No control as we start to see the team of Jumbo-Visma come to the front, but I think there'll be more of a battle for the stage than there will be from many of the GC contenders.
Roland goes, indeed it's really starting to thin out back here as well. Bernal has been brought up. I think it's Richard Carapaz and he are indeed operating together, starting to just bounce the pedals, as you can see. And Mark Hirschi still in the favour of Nicolas Roche just for the time being. 4 kilometres to go, and it looks like I think that was it for Pierre Roland. Maybe he was expecting just a little bit more pace, space, I beg your pardon, to play with, and it hasn't been offered up to him, I'm afraid. Too much at stake. Robert Hessink just easing a little bit. No surprise there. It's battle stations, Brian.
Yeah, Mitchelton Scott sending Naevi towards the front, a very gifted climber, but I just noticed that Bob Jungels is now going out to back, so Alaphilippe is on his own.
He is, and here's Dan Martin, who's it's not going to be his day either, I'm afraid. Dan Martin would have eaten stages like this for breakfast a wee while ago, but suffering with a damaged sacrum, as I'm sure you know, so riding in pain. Real fantastic battler he is, but he'll have to wait. We'll have to wait for another day for him to start bidding for medals. Meanwhile, the Grenadiers, and it's Kwiatkowski with still working very, very hard here. Bernal was at hand. Didn't see Carapaz, but we'll have a look in a few moments' time. There's Pinot as well, just tucked in the Bleu, Blanc et Rouge. Sepp Kuss, I think, may well be a man who could set a tempo here and start to deliver something spectacular, the American, on behalf of Primož Roglic. But Tom Dumoulin's very much still here as well. The response will come, but it's a question of when. With only 3.4 kilometres remaining, we have 5 hairpins still to take, some of which slightly lazier than others, I'll be bound. Oh, well, lights hidden under bushels, I think, with both Bernal and Carapaz within the main body of the peloton just for the time being. And just look at this as the thinning out of the peloton indeed starts to draw to a conclusion. Still probably 40 or 50 riders here very much involved, and a vast majority, well, many of them I should say, could do something today. Pinot being traced by Adam Yates just for now, and still nobody's going for it. This is going to be a very high-paced finish, Brian.
Yeah, still a big group, and we're going to see a sprint for the stage when Wout van Aert now on the front for Jumbo-Visma, doing a good job. And just behind him, he's got Kwiatkowski, Castroviejo, the yellow jersey, and then we get Roglic is there with Dumoulin, Sepp Kuss, Thibaut Pinot. You just see on the left-hand side Bernal. Still a lot of riders still in contention. Richie Porte moving up in the left-hand side. It's a slow burner, this one. It's a good tempo from Wout van Aert, but 3 kilometres to go. Nobody reaching out for the moment.
Really interesting to see a long conversation between Primož Roglic and Tom Dumoulin. He's got the energy even to have a conversation, and plenty of others haven't. It's a breathless stuff, but clearly Primož Roglic has some to spare, and I think he's probably red-hot favourite right now. Alaphilippe often goes very, very quiet just before a big one, and he can feign fatigue almost like no other. Has a look behind in that precocious fashion that he does. Sits back down in the saddle. They're all being paced up at the moment. 2.7 to go, and still nobody's reaching out for it, putting their hand in the fire. Look at Sepp Kuss just making sure that he knows where everybody is. I think he's going to be the move, the foil for Roglic in a few moments' time. Let us see. Roglic bouncing on his wheel right now. That indeed does look like the battle plan. Just tucked in behind Miguel Angel Lopez, issues some spittle to the side of the road. Whatever ballast you can get rid of, the better, I guess you might say. Pinot is in there too, and they're all starting to mop the front right now. Bardet with the brown shoulders, centre of the road. He hasn't finished yet as either. Nicholas Roach still having a look at Mark Hirschi, the young rider who may well fancy having a move. Richie Porte as well is somebody that would like to get involved today. Whether or not it's going to be him or indeed Bauke Mollema, we shall wait and see. But 2.5 kilometres to go. The road's starting to get gnarled, and we have a little bit of respite here. Very, very little, I can tell you. Come round this house and we start climbing yet again. 2.4 from home.
Yeah, the pace is just too fast at the front now, and I think we're going to get a group sprint towards the end, because you can just see with the pace, the riders' faces. No one wants to kind of take this one on. The GC contenders are towards the front, but it's just the pace at the front too hard for any attacks. And you know, I'm just looking. There's no other kind of GC contenders being kind of distance or in trouble at the moment. So this could come down to a sprint finish here.
Bernal in that line of 3 of the Ineos Grenadiers in their dark jerseys being led in. There he is with number 1, last year's winner, defending champion, with the current leader of the race, Alaphilippe, on his back wheel. That's Sepp Kuss. Just behind him, the young American guiding Primož Roglic as well. It's Jumbo that are calling for the pace at the moment. They want as much as they can possibly get to try and hurt their rivals, and I guess they've had an opportunity today to keep some energy in reserve because of all the work that De Koning Quick-Step have indeed done. Obviously just tucked in on the back wheel of Roglic is indeed Miguel Angel Lopez in the pale blue of Astana, and you can see Quintana's on his back wheel almost as well, a name that we haven't really conjured with too much today, but he may well indeed place those thoughts in a brighter place in the spotlight, you might say. Occasionally it happens, and it could be today. Alaphilippe has a look. He knows that now he's on his own, and he's going to have to surf other teams' wheels if he's going to make this happen. Only 1,800 metres. Will take a final turn. The road kind of wavers, but there's one last hairpin just before the Flamme Rouge. They'll go around there. It's an ideal attack point, I would have said, with the incline being a constant, and Alaphilippe starts to tighten up his boots. Last toot on the bidon going here for Miguel Angel Lopez, and the pace is absolutely relentless. Look at it.
Yeah, this is an absolute superb effort here from Wout van Aert at the front, and he's got behind him 3 from Team Ineos. The third rider is Bernal. Everybody's kind of hanging on. We haven't seen the attacks because it's just been too fast.
There he goes, and Sepp Kuss is now looking down the line of Ineos Grenadiers here, and he's starting to make his move over towards the barriers. Everyone knew that this was going to come, but who's going to be tempted to follow? He's just lost Roglic from his wheel and almost calls to him, come on, we're waiting for you. He gets the response he was looking for. Guillaume Martin of Confidence on the wheel as well. Quintana's also tucked in here. Landa there in the orange likewise is also here. The Bleu Blanc et Rouge of Groupama France de Jeux, and indeed Thibaut Pinot is right there too. The big names are here. The cream will rise to the top, but for goodness sake, who's the creme brulee that's going to burn absolutely everybody? And it looks like it's going to be Roglic. Big kicker here from Sepp Kuss right now, setting that tempo, looking like he's not even mouth breathing. It's remarkable what this man has in terms of talent. Still bouncing, and Adam Yates hasn't done yet either. He looks cool as you like as well as he goes over towards the barriers with his green shoulders on the back wheel of Landa. There is Alaphilippe likewise. They're all coming for it, but when are they going to go? 900 or so metres remaining. Who's got what it takes? Bernal's in there, tucked on the back wheel of Roglic, who's about to be released by Sepp Kuss, who's still keeping the hurt going.
Yeah, Sepp Kuss is actually flying up this climb. We saw Wout van Aert, and this is setting it up for Roglic. So how long can Sepp Kuss go? Because Roglic will want to try and finish this off. He's got Bernal behind Pogacar from UAE, Alaphilippe. They're all grimacing to hold on to the flying Jumbo-Visma team.
There is Pogacar from UAE just in front of Alaphilippe, who's trying to is wrestling the bike at the moment. This is about just trying to stamp his authority on the day, but he's stamping on the pedals right now. But the pace being set right as we see it here from the American. Sepp Kuss is absolutely relentless. A genius at work, a man who I think could probably be a contender overall himself if he wasn't in the duty of others. And it's Bernal that's struggling, and everyone else is in the pace, and we've only got less than 600 metres to go. Somebody's going to have to make the call, and it's Guillaume Martin, I think, that's going to kick off here and have a dig, Brian.
Yeah, yes, Guillaume Martin's going for it, but Roglic reacts to it. He's got Bernal on the wheel, Alaphilippe following, but Bernal pulls over. He can't go with it, and Alaphilippe grimacing as well. It's all down to Roglic. Has he got enough to finish this one off?
Martin has a look behind, knows that it's going to end up in a sprint. Alaphilippe, the longer this goes on with this little dip, the more going to get involved, and Alaphilippe is going to be up for a sprint here, but it's Roglic on the back wheel of Guillaume Martin from Cofidis, and here comes Miguel Angel Lopez. He's eating into the gap right now. Oh, and he gets balked, can't do it, no space at all, and there it is. Martin just heads around the headland here, and Roglic comes up and over the top. They're all going for it. Tadej Pogacar is here. 2 Slovenians it is that are going to head towards the line, but it's going to be Roglic at the end of today, surely. Oh, what a performance, what domination, and just what an effort it has been for the entire day. Finished off, cherry on the cake, Primož Roglic. Good Lord.
Well, you've got some answers there now. That was just a powerful display there. You just see Carapaz coming up now, Higuita just at the back there, Nico Roach, but that was a powerful display by Jumbo-Visma. We've seen it coming for the last few weeks, but you know, here we see the sprint again. Good on Guillaume Martin for having a go here, but you thought Alaphilippe in the yellow jersey. It just goes to show you how hard and how fast that finish was. Roglic pushed the power down. Pogacar takes a good second place. So Slovenia first and second, but Alaphilippe just had nothing left. He was one of the favourites for today, but when you go up that climb so fast as they did, wow. Roglic, questions about, did he lose anything at Dauphiné with the crash? How is he? Question marks over him starting the Tour de France. That's your answer.
Indeed it is. Amazing as well to see just how feisty, how much energy was still left here. And we said at any moment, if you suffer some troubles, you can find yourself out of position. Miguel Angel Lopez experienced that at the barriers. Everyone, of course, just fighting for that inside line on the twists and turns that brought us to the line. A conundrum, you might say, but the man with the answer, Primož Roglič and his team. Impressive. Big question, Brian. Did the Koenig Quickstep do too much work today to leave Alaphilippe slightly exposed?
No, they had to do what they did today, and you know, Alaphilippe was there, so you can't say that you know, they got it right. Alaphilippe never had the legs at the end; it was just too fast. Wout van Aert, terrific job, and then Sepp Kuss. You can't match these boys when they're going flat out up a climb like that, and Roglic is still there, nice and comfortable. I thought when Sepp Kuss went. That Roglic may want to go over the top, but everybody was in their limit in the last kilometre, and Guillaume Martin showed good form. He was the only rider who really had the legs to go on the attack. I think he finishes maybe fourth there in the red and the white, but that's a huge statement from Primož Roglic and Jumbo-Visma today.
Well, in the end, it's, what, 3-4 bike lengths out of that pack? Good Lord. Don't forget, Tour de France Stage 4 highlights tonight on Eurosport at 8 o'clock. Before that, you'll enjoy the breakaway with Bradley Wiggins, Ola Chenoweth, Dan Lloyd, and Brian as well will be there. As well earned a drink as you are likely to find.
Primož, a big smile on your face. The satisfaction, first of all, of winning a stage. Take us through that final sprint.
Yeah, it was quite a fast day actually, quite hard. But yeah, the guys did again really good job. I was all the time in a good position, and yeah, at the end I could do a nice sprint, so very happy.
Yeah, you don't get the yellow jersey because it'll stay on the shoulders of Alaphilippe. Is that good news for the moment?
Yeah, it's the news that I have to accept. I don't really care. It's just, like I say, again, a nice day. We stay safe. At the end, we even win, so even better. So, yeah, we have to continue like that.
You seem to be at your top again after the crash during the Dauphiné. You seem to be doing good.
Yeah, coming back. What can I say? We see that, yeah, still I'm coming back now. I can race, and like I said, every day I feel a little better. So it's nice to ride the bike again.
And you must feel a lot better in your head too.
Yeah, definitely. But I already get a proof on second stage that okay, that I'm ready for the start definitely, and yeah, we need to continue with the whole team. Good job.
Thank you very much.
The whole team, a good job, and it's a good job he's got that team. They were magnificent. Every single element worked beautifully for him today. Primož Roglič in charge. What an amazing day, what an amazing view. Yellow jersey staying on the back of Julian Alaphilippe. Brian, talk us through this.
Well, it was you know, only about 400 or 500 metres to go. Guillaume Martin was the only rider that went on the attack. Sepp Kuss has done his job. Roglic was kind of propped in the front, but this is a key moment there. We'll look at Bernal. He looks around, moves to the left-hand side. He doesn't have the legs. Julian Alaphilippe, I think, closing that gap absolutely blew his legs. He knew he had to. Now he's on with Roglic, Pogacar there. Quintana is now passing Bernal, so they're trying to get their breath back to go for this final sprint. Nobody making a move. Lopez moving up in the right-hand side. He does get bogged a little bit coming into this final corner, but Guillaume Martin leads out. And it's Roglic. He just puts the power down. As soon as he puts the power down, bang, he goes. He leaves Alaphilippe behind. Nothing left in his legs at the moment. Pogacar hangs on to take second place, but just look at Quintana and Martin just putting Alaphilippe on the line. No bonus for Alaphilippe today.
1 and 2 by the Slovenians. Primož Roglic in front of Tadej Pogačar. Who would have thought that many years ago? But what impressed me today is actually all the big teams. They are all day at the front. They show the strengths. They show we are here, we are ready. Except one team, what I've seen. That's Ineos Grenadier. They changed, in my opinion, they changed a little bit their tactics. They're not as aggressive or offensive as in the last years, being all day at the front. We see them mostly actually in the second line. They're always there, but not in the first row. And for me, it looks like probably they're not in shape 100% yet, or they ride really conservative and they know it's all about the third week, especially the individual time trial up La Planche de Belleville.
So celebrations for Primož Roglic. Let's go and hear from Thibaut Pinot down at the finish.
Thibaut, c'était la première arrivée au sommet, c'était important. Parlez-nous un petit peu de cette montée finale, ça allait tellement vite.
Summit finish of this year's tour. It was really fast at the end, wasn't it?
On m'aurait dit ça hier ou avant.
Yeah, it was important to be up there in that main group of favourites.
Très satisfaisant pour moi.
I would have said yesterday, if I'd known that I was going to be able to be up in that group, I would have been very happy.
Très roulante. Après, c'est monté très vite pour que ça explose comme ça, c'est que ça va très vite.
It was really fast. We went up that climb very fast indeed.
Et la Jumbo
went up
Visma
at
fait vraiment un
fast speed, so
vous dites si on m'avait
I think it was a good job done all round.
Ouais, parce qu'après ma chute, j'ai eu pas mal de soucis au niveau du dos et ça fait 2 jours que je traîne à ma misère.
After my crash, I had some issues with my back.
À mon kiné, à mon ostéo et à Jackie, donc voilà,
much better.
C'était important de
I've
bien
been
faire
talking to my doctor, and I think it's all gone well today. Well, some real delight for Thibaut Pinot for what has been a pretty tough start to his Tour 2020. So, what did you miss? Stage 4, Sisteron-Ossier-Melette, 160.5 kilometers, and no real jockeying for position. Breakaway forms very quickly indeed. Alexis Vuillermoz, Chris Nielens, Nils Pollitt, Mathieu Bredou, Tish Benoot, and Quentin Pacher. They were the 6 riders who crossed the intermediate sprint out in first place. Behind them, there was a battle for the minor points. Sam Bennett winning that battle. Peter Sagan not doing very well at all. Bennett and Sagan now equal on points in the green jersey standings. Tish Benoot had a nasty spell on the descent from our final climb, the Côte de Saint-Léger-les-Mélèzes, before moving down towards the final climb of the day. Somehow managed to come away pretty unscathed. 19 kilometers to go, and Nielens went away on his own. He managed to get over the top of the Côte de Saint-Léger-les-Mélèzes in first place, but with 7k to go, he was reeled back in, and that meant all came down to what we expected, a real battle between the main GC contenders, and what a benchmark has been laid down by Jumbo Visma. Primož Roglic, their main man, the favourite for this race, coming through to claim stage victory ahead of Tadej Pogačar.
Une information que beaucoup de spectateurs attendent probablement. Julien Alaphilippe, on vous le confirme.
So Julien Alaphilippe remains in the yellow jersey. Adam Yates in second, but Primož Roglic is now up to third.
Se distingue à la 3e place puisque le vainqueur de l'étape, Primož Roglic, grimpe au 3e rang du classement général avec un retard de...
So let's take a look at what lies in store on stage number 5. Another transit stage, Gap through to Privas, 183 kilometers. They set off downhill, which will be a pleasant start for the peloton, all the way through to Lépine, where there will be the intermediate sprint of the day. Continue going downhill before a little climb up to one of the 2 Category 4 climbs on the day. Col de Cercolon is the first, the Côte de Saint-Vincent-de-Bar is the second, before making their way to Privas for the finish. Well, remember that Tour de France Stage 4 highlights will be tonight at 8 p.m. on Eurosport 1. There are highlights every night at that time in the UK. Tomorrow's stage, Stage 5, live 12:05 p.m. on Eurosport 1. Gap to Privas. Make sure you join us.